Good morning, Chatty House.
Chatty gang.
Hello, friends.
December 29. Wow, last time putting an audio file in my 2023 folder.
Oh,
Wow. It's big time.
this is big time.
All right, let's see how much time we got here. Need to get to my rejoins. There's that. And I got to do that. Got about a minute and a half.
Oh,
Nah, man, you cost you money. Oh, you put money on that team right now. Holy shit. What's up, Steven?
oh, we could get a Sam Howell game.
Yeah, dude.
Everybody's pulling for a Sam Howell game. Well, there we are.
What's up, Warren? Oh, yeah, you know what time it is. SGLambchops.com, promo code Candlestick20.
Oh,
Here we go.
we should give away a sweatshirt today.
You want to just do that?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Courtesy of Jiffy Lube?
Yeah.
I think we're not going to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to put promotions in that spot because I don't know. I don't want to break rules and stuff.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
What's up, Michigan? What's up, John? What's up, Zabo?
What's happening, everyone?
Well, there weren't very many of them.
I think there were 3. Yeah.
Oh, 10 seconds. Let's have a good show. Final show of 2023. Wow. It's crazy.
I love it, Kyle. I'm ready for a couple of days here where we reflect on what has been 2023.
Yeah, kind of a nutso year, and we'll talk about that throughout the day today. We'll do New Year's resolutions, things of that ilk. But before we look ahead to 2024, which, like I said, we'll do later in the show. We've got 4 hours today. I'm Kyle. That's James. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you until 2. No D'Lo and Casey. They will be back next week on Tuesday. That's also when we'll be back, and we'll be back to our normally scheduled programming where we'll be 10 to noon. They'll be noon to 4. And you guys in the chatty house, listening on the radio and on the free Odyssey app, will have your normal slate of radio. Alas, they're taking the week off. We said we'll take those 2 hours, and we're doing a 4-hour show. So
that's right.
Before we look ahead to 2024, we have a lot to pack in from the end of 2023 here. Boy, the Detroit Pistons. They have now tied the NBA record for longest losing streak.
I feel for them, Kyle. Like, I don't know.
28 games in a row.
Have you ever played on a team that just loses all the time?
So many times. Lots of times. Oh, yeah.
Now, do you get numb to it?
No, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because now, caveat, I'm talking like high school type stuff, like tournament ball.
Got
like it. Nothing close to any sort of even medium level, much less high level.
Okay.
When you lose, when you think you're going to lose every time you go out, there's not like hey, this is going to be the one. This is the one. Eventually it all sets in where it's just like, well, we suck. And you start looking at all of your teammates and going, well, all these guys suck.
Oh, yeah.
And then that just like lack of belief. And I think with professional athletes, I'm sure it's probably a little bit different, but I think human nature at some point just takes over. No matter how confident you are in yourself or how confident you are in your teammates or your coaches or whatever, that confidence starts to wane. And you get instances like last night where they're up 19 points at halftime. The Detroit Pistons up 19 at halftime on the road against the Celtics. Boston not playing well. Detroit's in a spot where it's like, dude, you could lose the second half by 18 points and win. And then they went to OT and they end up losing by 6. But when they went to OT, it was like, this game's over. They've smoked a 19-point lead. And now they're looking at each other and they're not going, all right, let's rally for these 5 minutes. They're looking at each other going, we can't even hold a 19-point lead.
Yeah, and they had a shot at the buzzer, well, close to the buzzer. Cade Cunningham had a 3 that would have won it in regulation, and Bojan Bogdanovic grabbed it and laid it back up to tie the score to go to overtime. That's when you're like, okay, maybe there's a glimmer of hope. Maybe. Like when I was young, I played on my soccer team every other year. My brother's like 15 months older than me. So one year I would be the youngest kid on the team, and I was tiny. And then the next year I'd be like one of the older kids, and so one year I get to play with my brother, and then the next year I wouldn't, and I would have to play. I would be the older kid, but I was little, and we would lose that team. When I was the oldest kid on the team, we would literally lose every single game of soccer, and we would get clubbed. Then I had, like, in Little League, we were on a bad team. Me and my brother were on a bad team our first year. And it was fun, though. We were like the lovable losers. We were the Indians, and we kind of like bought into the whole fact that we were just horrible. And we just had a great time the whole time being bad. And then we won one of the last games of the year against a playoff team and hurt their chances. And yeah, it was fun.
Right. You turn it into I think that's way easier to do when you're a kid and it's Little League.
Yeah.
And it's not.
Oh, no, not when you're getting paid.
Right. And you're on TV
of dollars.
And you're going on and you turn on Sports Center, and all of the headline of the season so far is, holy crap, look how bad the Pistons are.
Yeah.
That would be awful. Especially, and this is what makes it doubly worse, okay? When this was the 76ers, right?
Yep.
When this was the process 76ers, it was, well, they're losing on purpose. They're tanking. They are purposely putting out bad lineups in hopes of diminishing their record so they can get the top pick and build out that way. So in 2 or 3 years, they have a bunch of first round picks, bunch of number 1 overall picks, and holy crap, look out. Whether that worked or not, whatever. But Detroit thought they were going to be competitive. They operated this offseason like a team that thought it was going to win. That's why they paid Monty Williams $1 bajillion.
Oh yeah.
Was it $70 million for 4 or 5 years?
I think it's at least 10. It's at least $10 million a year.
It's an insane number for Monty Williams, who's a fine coach, but he's not Eric Spoelstra, right?
Yeah.
And you looked at their roster and you went, man, Cade Cunningham coming back. They got Jalen Duren who can play. They got a lottery pick and Asar Thompson. Hey, there's a foundation here.
6 years, 78.5. Go ahead.
6 for 78. That's crazy. So then they're looking and they go, okay, maybe James Wiseman or Marvin Bagley. They have these kind of dart throws, former top 3 picks who you're bringing in, and all right, yeah, let's get this guy. And they suck.
They're bad.
And it's not like, oh, Cade Cunningham's missed a bunch of time. Oh, and they have Jaden Ivey, another top 5 pick.
Oh, almost Kyle, it's worse than that. Like, I'm just looking. So one of the things I'll point out is that we're looking at a team that is filled with top 10 picks.
Yes.
And top 10 picks typically have never lost before. Like, they've only been winners. They're the best kid on their AAU team, the best kid on their junior high team, the best kid when they're 5 years old because they're taller than everybody. So we have Cade Cunningham, first pick. Asar Thompson, 5th pick. We have Jaden Ivey, 5th pick. Killian Hayes, I believe, is the 9th pick. Marvin Bagley.
God, Killian Hayes, too. Jeez Louise.
Marvin Bagley, 2nd pick. Alec Burks, I think he's the 11th pick. James Wiseman, 2nd pick. Jalen Duren, 13th pick. Kevin Knox, 9th pick.
Golly,
like,
man.
The entire roster is nothing but lottery picks. And they have 3 number 2 overall picks and 2 number 5s and a number 1?
And they can't figure it out.
They can't figure anything out.
And
That's brutal.
that's the thing is it's not like they expected to be competitive. And we were talking about this with the Kings the other day. The Kings had a god awful 16-year stretch.
Yes.
Where
I was witness for most of it.
They right. They had this god awful 16-year stretch, but they were never 7-75 or 10-72. It was never that. As you know, what was their 17?
Was 17 is a year before I started. So the 09, 010 season is when they win 17 games. The first year I started covering was 2010. Yeah, so they go 08, 09. They go 17-65.
Yeah.
Then they win 25. My first year they won 24, and then they fell back to 22.
But they were always in that 22 to 35 kind of range.
Well, most of my career it's 28 to 31.
Okay.
Right. So
and that was kind of the problem is they were never bad enough to be like, oh yeah, they're getting the number 1 pick, but they were never good enough to be like, oh, hey, they fought for a playoff spot. They were just in that kind of mediocre abyss. And
yes,
the Pistons thought okay, worst case will be mediocre. That would have been bad for the Pistons if they won 25 games this year.
Mm-hmm.
They've won 2.
That's so. I mean, the joke. Two. I mean, it's Marvin Bagley III. There's literally more Marvin Bagleys than there are wins for the Pistons. Still,
and still, I'm at some point during the year, they're going to win a game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm confident in saying they're not going to go 2-80. They're going to win another game. And then they'll have a couple at the end of the year. Maybe they even win 2 or 3 in a row where they run into a team that's on the back end of a back-to-back and they're resting guys. Or they run into a team that's trying to get into that top 3 pick or the top 3 in the lottery odds. So maybe they're resting guys. So they'll finish the year with 10 or 11 wins, I think.
There's always going to be a stretch where they'll win 2 out of 4.
Right.
Yeah, and it'll just be random.
It doesn't. They've already etched their place, man.
Oh yeah,
No, they're 28 consecutive losses. Can you imagine having to do radio in Detroit right now?
Would you do radio with a bag over your head?
No, I think you'd talk all Lions.
Okay,
and maybe Red Wings. I don't know what the Red Wings are doing.
Yeah,
and
I don't know.
I think the Tigers signed somebody. Maybe I'm gonna hit my buddy. I have a buddy who works for the Odyssey station in Detroit named Jim Costa. He's great. I am gonna hit him up and be like, "Hey, what are you guys saying about the Pistons right now?"
Yeah, we should have had him on this week. Just how do you manage this? I feel for them, but again, as someone who, you figure here's the sort of the line in the sand, right? 32 wins. If your team wins 32 wins or less, that means that you have to write 50 losing game recaps a season.
Oof.
So I can tell you that I covered there's 1, 2,
and let me tell you, when you're that bad, there's not a lot of compelling games in those 52 losses.
No,
it's a lot of got down 12 early and lost by 17 type of games.
Yeah,
or
rinse and repeat.
Oh,
you have to be really creative with your leads. How are you gonna tell a story that's different? I did, I talked to Monty Poole about this one time. Monty Poole, legendary Warriors columnist. Mm-hmm. I said, I don't think that there's a lot of difference though between a 50-win team and a 50-loss team, because I think when you're writing, the game recaps are just the slant is different. One was 50 win, one was a win, and one was a loss, and you're stacking the same exact story again and again and again. You're talking about how they almost got there or how they got over the hump every single time. And so there isn't a huge amount of difference because it becomes tedious when that's the way it goes. I think right now, the Kings season where they either blow someone out or they get blown out, that's a really, really weird season to cover because I haven't covered that. Even during the bad years, they lost all the time, but you get used to them losing. A 45-point loss. Sure, I've covered that. 46. Yeah, and Tyrese Halliburton was asked, "Is this the lowest of the low?" He goes, "No, I don't know what you're talking about. Last year we lost by 46. That was worse."
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, like I've covered worse. That's what it's going to be like every single time.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I might hit up Jim at the break and see if he has 5 minutes to chat with us today.
Yeah, it'd be fun. It'd be fun because I feel for him.
Right. Yeah, I do too. I was rooting so hard for the Pistons last night. All due respect to our guy Jesse, who's a Celtics fan.
Yeah.
But I was like, this would be so great. The Celtics being the team.
Oh, that's wild.
Also, Kyle Kuzma having the audacity to go on the internet and quote tweet, I think it was Worldwide Wob or whoever the hell that guy is.
Yeah.
That's right. Worldwide Wob. Is that his handle? And he posted a screenshot of the halftime score. And Kuzma put, nobody wants to be that team. And it's like, bro, you have 5 wins. Your team
you are
is
that team.
Almost there, dude. Your team is
no one wants to lose to your team either,
right,
bro.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. All right, we have a ton of stuff coming up today in the final show of 2023. The Kings are at the Hawks tonight. We will have plenty to talk about with that. We'll continue some of our trade discussion from yesterday. There's a little different angle that I want to spin off of that. And of course, it is a Friday, which means it is a Fantasy Friday. I've just gotten confirmation. Faraz Siddiqui will not only be joining us, but he will be joining us on video at youtube.com/ESPN1320, at twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Get in there and send us your fantasy football start and sits. Maybe it's your semifinal. Maybe it's your championship week. Huge week for fantasy football, though. We'll be talking about all of that with Faraz and plenty more coming up on today's show. Hope you stick around. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Kyle, I was 240 games under 500 coming into last season as a beat writer.
What happened?
I said I was 240 games under 500 coming into last season as a beat writer.
240.
240.
Oh.
I need 50 wins 12 years in a row to get back to 500. Yeah. Before last season,
what a mess, man.
Yeah, the best season I'd covered before last season was the 39 win team, and then the 33 win team with George Karl, where like the basketball hell season. What's going on, Chatty House?
My friends Chris Biederman and Nick Wagner went to Biederman went to Ohio State, and Wagner went to Mizzou. So Mizzou and Ohio State are playing in a bowl game in Dallas tomorrow in the Cotton Bowl, and we almost did an impromptu. Or I'm sorry, today they're playing today in the Cotton Bowl. We almost did an impromptu trip down to Dallas to go watch the Cotton Bowl.
Oh.
Because it's on ESPN. So we would have had a plug on tickets, and like I had flights planned. I was ready to rock, dude. And because my friends each went to the competing schools, I was going to buy like a Cotton Bowl hat and t-shirt and do the Rob Lowe thing.
Oh, nice.
And just, I was going to find a place to wager and bet on some overs and root for everybody. It's going to be great. Alas, it all fell through.
It all fell through.
It's tough. Oh, jeez, John. If the Pistons get to the Warriors without winning, or I'm sorry, to the Kings without winning, because they get Toronto coming up. I think they win on Saturday. I think they beat Toronto at home. But then it's at Houston, at Utah, at Golden State, at Denver. If they get to Sacramento without winning, they might not win the rest of the year.
Oh,
because then you're going on 34 losses.
That would be horrific.
Like 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Yeah, they'd be at 33 losses when they get to the Kings. All right, here we go. Chatty House, I know you can't hear this song. City of Sound by Big Wild. It's a really, really great vibe song. City of Sound. And the band is called Big Wild. Anyways.
I'm down.
Hey, one more thing last night before we get to Kings Hawks, which is tonight. And we will see the Kings not in action for the first time since Christmas, but looking to get in the win column for the first time in the post-Christmas run. And this is the time of year where things in the NBA kind of get real. So we will dive all the way into that matchup. But two more things from last night that we didn't touch on in the first segment. Tyrese Halliburton had 21 points, 20 assists, and no turnovers. That is a ridiculous stat line.
It's wild. And he's done the no turnover thing with a bunch of assists.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of times already this season.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's he's really good. He is.
It's a terrific player. And that Pacers team is a lot of fun to watch, man. I don't think they're going to win anything. If they make the playoffs, I don't think they get out of the first round, but man, they are a very, very fun watch. And that stat line, when I first saw it that was one of those ones on the internet where typically when a stat line comes from the NBA official account or, like a real account, when I first look at it, I'm usually like, okay, that's what that player did. But every once in a while, there'll be a stat line that I go, that can't be right. And I'll have to go look it up. And 21 points, 20 assists, and no turnovers. That got looked up for your boy.
Kyle,
is that real?
We're in this age where, again, we have Will Z Stats here who comes up with great stats all the time. But
WillZStats.com.
Yeah, I feel like when I'm watching like a Sports Center or watch whatever, they just almost like make up stats all the time. Or they feel like they've got to add a stat. Like this is the first time since David Robinson that a player had 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists under the age of 19. Okay.
Yeah.
But how many times do you need to do that in a show? I don't need to hear some random stat where you've put it into a machine and it spit out like 3 names and you're like, okay, this has only been done 3 times ever.
Yeah.
I don't need to hear that every single time.
Yeah. I'll do that with 49er stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
Where I'll play around with the stat head tool on like Basketball Reference or Pro Football Reference or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'll play around with it. And there'll be something where I'm like, I'll be like, I don't think this has happened very often. And then I'll look and there'll be 78 times that it's happened. And I'll go, by an NFC team? And so I try and whittle it down. And if it's like that, if it's, this is only the 4th time an NFC player has done this, it's kind of okay. I'll throw that out there. But if I have to whittle down to like NFC West, month of January, I'm like, it's not worth it. It's
a dirty stat at that point. It's a stat that needs context. You need to say what it did when it did happen.
The other thing that's nuts about stuff like that is, let's say De'Aaron Fox goes for 45 points and 13 assists tonight.
Okay.
And I know I'm just, and I go look that up and go, man, how many times that happened? And let's say it's happened 40 times. I'm probably not going to be like, De'Aaron Fox is the 41st player to post this stat line. But at the end, big picture, being the 41st player to do so that happens to me a lot too, where I'll be like, it's not notable enough. It's not rare enough to note. But also, there have been so many performances in sports and so many games and so many players. To be the 41st guy to do something in any sport is still nuts. I just don't think it's notable in a tweet. It doesn't catch the eye.
Yeah.
Being the 3rd player ever to do XYZ.
I think it would work if that's
a lot.
If that's your bit. If your bit is to make it stupid. This is a 2,432nd time that a player has done this.
No matter what De'Aaron Fox's stat line is tonight, I'm doing that tweet.
Okay.
De'Aaron Fox, let's say he goes for 38 and 7. De'Aaron Fox is the 719th 40 and 7 game in NBA history.
That's right. No, I think that would be like, where's that account? Now we've
Obvious
created
stats.
the account.
Obvious stats.
Yeah.
I did before the season at Niners Wire. Everybody does bold predictions, right?
Yep.
And if you don't know me, I run NinersWire.com for the USA Today Sports Media Group. So at Niners Wire, everybody does bold predictions on their sites, right?
Yeah.
It's like, you know what? Screw bold predictions. I'm doing not bold predictions.
Oh.
And so I just did. McCaffrey will score a touchdown this year. Somebody will throw a pass for the 49ers. Because when I did this, we didn't know who was going to start week 1. So it's like, someone's going to throw a pass for the Niners this year. Book that. Mark it. Bet the Niners win one. Niners are going to win.
Somebody's going through and they're reading all of them. And they're like, man, these are all bold predictions. And then they got to yours. And it was like, this is like when a barbecue sauce on the outside says bold. Like, this isn't bold at all.
Yeah,
none of these are bold. Like, what is happening?
For what it's worth, I said I put not bold on here. Like, it's very clear up front. I have these players will make the team, and it's just like 12 dudes who like Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Talanoa Hufanga, Javon Hargrave, etc., etc. I have the 49ers will finish above 500. Nailed it. Kyle Shanahan will not get fired. So far, so good. At least one QB will complete a pass. 2 QBs have completed a pass.
That's right.
Christian McCaffrey will have more than 1 total touchdown. That's right. He has. Jake Moody's going to be the kicker. Nailed it. Nick Bosa will have at least multiple sacks.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. The 49ers will be good at yak. They are. No shutouts. 49ers have not been shut out this year. And a broadcaster is for sure going to say Mr. Irrelevant during a 49ers game this year. I haven't kept track, but I'm sure that's right.
I'm sure that has happened multiple times.
Yeah.
You should have called it, like, instead of bold, like the italic predictions.
It's one of my buddies said that too. I think I'm going to do that next year.
Yeah.
Now. That's 2
there we go.
Suggestions for that. The italicized predictions.
Yes.
For next season. Yeah, I can't wait. I need De'Aaron Fox and we'll talk about what the Kings need from him a little bit later on. But if he goes, I need him to have a good but not like astronomical stat line. Because the Hawks can't play defense, so De'Aaron could very easily go for like 50 and 12 tonight.
And I think if it's not his only, like,
easily,
one of his few triple doubles have come against Trey.
Yes.
Yeah, like he's put up a triple.
Wasn't his career high against the Hawks?
Before it's not anymore. I don't think, because his career high now is what, 44.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That was against the Clippers.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So I need him to have a just kind of good, not great stat line tonight.
Okay.
So we can really roll with that bit. The other thing that happened last night, Joe Flacco continues his comeback player of the year campaign.
It's
and
incredible.
All of a sudden the Browns for the longest time were the team that, like, I went, yeah, their defense will make them tough in the playoffs, but their quarterback situation is such a mess. Dude, Joe Flacco's slinging it. I wouldn't want to see the Browns if I'm in the playoffs.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, De'Aaron Fox's first triple double came in his, I think it's his second season. 31 points, 15 assists, 10 rebounds, 9 of 13 from the field for 31 points. 31 points on 13 shots.
Dang.
Alongside Buddy Hield's 27. Willie Cauley-Stein starting at the center. Iman Shumpert at the 2. Nemanja Bjelica with 19 points as your power forward.
NBA champion Nemanja Bjelica.
Starting over Marvin Bagley just to irk his dad.
Hilarious.
That's right.
All right. I love the Betty. We got to get to Faraz. We got Faraz coming up. It's Fantasy Friday. I was going to do a Kings thing because that's what we were supposed to talk about.
Yeah.
But we will do that after Faraz. Coming up next, it is a Fantasy Friday. Faraz Siddiqui, Upper Hand Fantasy, an Odyssey original podcast. You can get that on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your pods. Faraz comes in. James and I will have questions. We'll answer your questions. It is championship week in fantasy football. Maybe you have money on the line. Maybe you have a consolation bracket where you're trying not to finish last, where there'll be some kind of punishment. If you've got anything on the line fantasy wise this week, we are here to answer your questions. And I say I mean for us. So hit us up at youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Send us in your fantasy questions, whether it's injury stuff, whether it's waiver stuff, whether it's start sits. We are going to answer as many as we possibly can in the next half hour. Faraz Siddiqi's coming up next. We got to hit the break. That's James. I'm Kyle. We'll be back in 3 minutes on ESPN 1320.
I love Fantasy Friday. Fox's career high put up 44 against the Golden State Warriors in a 141-119 victory. May 25th, 2021. That's the first time he went for 44.
Against who?
The Warriors.
Mm.
No Steph. It's a bad Warriors team. Wiggins led with 26. Kelly Oubre had 19. Jordan Poole had 17. They all three started. Nico Mannion with 19 points off the bench. Good old Nico Mannion days.
Bless. Bless. Don't do it again. If you do it again, I'm going to jump through this glass.
It's always twice. I should have hit the mute button. Sorry.
I am getting educated on Twitter right now about the world building of Home Alone in the post Home Alone 2 era, and it is a lot.
The what?
Yeah, the world building in Home Alone. Apparently, Buzz, Kevin's brother, becomes a cop, which, like, obviously.
Okay.
And he has big, like, cop energy. And we learn that Kevin now designs home security systems, and that Kevin places an annual prank call to Buzz's station that somebody left their kid at home by themselves at Christmas.
So who did all this?
It's in like Home Alone 3 and 4, and then I think there might be a fifth one, but there's also like a TV show.
Yeah, but that's not real. Like it ends at
No,
number
it's canon.
2.
That's canon now.
It just ends at 2.
I don't know, man.
We can't have it go beyond 2.
2 minutes.
2 is it.
The final score of that football game last night being 37-20 is wild. It was 34-17 at the half.
Oh, really?
37-20, yeah. I feel bad for Faraz. He just sit up and watch that. It's on the timeline, James.
I don't agree.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Erroneous.
Does anybody have... This is a good question. I think it's because he didn't miss any time. He didn't miss any games except the NFC title game. And I think Damar Hamlin should win it because he played. Oh my God. There he is my go-to. Oh, there he is. That's my, in fact, I would have said that about Farad just now.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, bro?
Oh, there's
What's
Farad.
up? What's up?
Hey,
Hey, guys.
Not joke. Oh, we got a hat today. Let's go.
We got a hat. It's hat day.
Snapback season? Here
Snapback
we
season. This is my New Year's resolution.
More hats?
More hats.
Okay.
Okay.
Dang, we must have had a bunch of people.
Did all of you guys get kicked out of your fantasy football leagues?
Yeah, not a lot of people asking fantasy questions.
Where are your fantasy questions today, people?
We need,
It's
we need
okay.
fantasy questions.
We can make this entire segment about James' starting lineup.
We can also make this entire why the Jets didn't go get Joe Flacco.
Oh,
5 seconds. Hang on. We're coming back. It's a Friday. It's 10:30. That means it's a Fantasy Friday. That means Faraz Siddiqui, Upper Hand Fantasy, an Odyssey original podcast, is joining us now. You can check out Upper Hand Fantasy on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Covering all things fantasy football, doing it better than anybody else. Faraz, thank you so much for taking time. I know you got a super busy week. And so you said, you know what? I got you guys. It is championship week, except for the weird ass leagues where it's not. It's championship week for most people. I know I'm needed. So you carved out time, and that means a lot to us. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, man. You know what? It's only fitting. You know, this is championship week. We have to finish the job here. right? So we have to
100%.
make sure that everybody who made it actually wins it. The job is not done. I know we're happy to make it to the playoffs. I know we're happy to make it to the championship, but as James knows too, we got to win the whole thing.
Right, James in the title game. So I'm gonna let him ask the real questions. I'm gonna start with you. I'm gonna start with something not related to James's lineup. Because I'm out. I'm done. Are you in favor of being in leagues that have like a last place punishment?
Yes, 1,000%. However,
I've never been in one, but
it has to be decided before your draft takes place. Okay,
Yes.
I think that is the key. Here's what happens: someone has a bad draft. There are going to be opposed, and this happened to me multiple times, where people in your league are going to be opposed to certain punishments because they particularly don't like it, because they don't like the team that they drafted. Okay, you cannot decide in midseason because it's obviously a team that is most likely headed that way, a team or two. So it has to be decided before your draft. So one checklist item before you get to your fantasy football draft next year is to have that thing already decided beforehand.
No doubt.
So we've done a toilet bowl forever, and the loser of the toilet bowl has to bring all the drinks for the next year's draft.
Love that.
Right? But we've had this problem that all of a sudden, due to the pandemic, like we don't do in-person draft with everybody anymore. It used to be everybody in a room for 4 hours straight, and a big sticker board and everything else. Now we pared it down, where there are a lot of remote guys and stuff like that. Maybe we'll get back to it. I don't know. We'll see. But now we've done like the license plate. You have to get a license plate frame that says "I suck at fantasy football."
Hilarious.
If you lose, which I think is spectacular. I also had this.
You should have it say, "I didn't listen to Fantasy Fridays on the Insiders." Should be the license plate frame.
That should be the license.
Mm-hmm.
That makes
the only way
sense.
you're losing is if you're not listening.
We have this guy who plays in our league, but he plays in another league, and in the other league, he fought to have this weird rule put in that if you come in 6th place, which is the last playoff team, then that last spot is not based on record; it's based on total points. So someone who just like had bad beats and stuff, they slide up into
That's
that
a great
spot.
rule. I love that rule.
Well, the guy who pushed the rule finished 6th and didn't make the playoffs.
I'm kind of here for it. That's a great rule for me. I like that.
So
yeah,
I like that rule too. Now we have something very similar. The only caveat is that 6th place gets in most times. The only time 6th place doesn't get in is if the number 1 overall points leader is out of the playoffs. That's kind of that's the caveat that we have.
Okay.
That's kind of how we're doing it. Yeah.
Okay.
Take it.
That makes a ton of sense. My brother has one of those teams that always is really high in total points, and he either gets bounced early in the playoffs or he doesn't make the playoffs. He's like team bust.
I always say it. You make the playoffs, that's skill. You win the championship, is a little bit more luck involved. There's no doubt about it.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
I think it's skill, and it's that I have Faraz Siddiqui on my side.
100% secret weapon. You owe Faraz a cut, by the way, if you end up winning.
Yeah.
I've established that just now. Fantasy Friday, Faraz Siddiqui, Upper Hand Fantasy, Odyssey Original Podcast. I know James has specific questions. I'll let him get to those. But the injury situation this year, across the board, it feels like there are more impactful injuries from a fantasy standpoint this year than in any year that I can remember. And there's so many guys that are banged up, or they're going to play through injury, or are they going to play? It's this big question mark. Is it an atypical year in that sense, or am I just kind of making that up?
It always feels that way. It is actually not an atypical year. This is, we're not, the rate of injuries actually not higher than it normally is. Now, the timing of injuries can definitely, cloud that a little bit, right? And you see guys like Keenan Allen basically missing the entire fantasy playoffs. But last year, Keenan Allen was hurt all year. And if you ended up making the playoffs with Keenan Allen, he was a big reason why you might have won, right? Because he had that amazing run. So yeah, there's going to be, those guys, and obviously there's several guys that you're banking on and hoping that would make it in. Like Jordan Addison just got hurt, TJ Hawkinson just got hurt, and it's just like the battle of attrition at this point in the playoffs. But that's again, that's what I go back to. You got to get a little bit lucky. You got to make sure that your team is healthy going into the championship. You don't really have it under your control. But yeah, it does stink, and hopefully you'll be able to plug in some guys to win that championship.
Yeah, I think for me, depth this season was big, especially, with most leagues shifting to like having some sort of flex again, like coming out of the pandemic. I know we all had like all these weird adjustments we had to make to our leagues and stuff. But that for me is like why I just kept picking up more and more wide receivers, because the wide receivers seem to be way ahead of running backs this season. Have you seen that this is maybe like an outlier where like I might have by the end of the season, I might have 7 guys with 1,000 yards receiving. And it just doesn't feel like there are that many 1,000-yard backs anymore. And it feels like there's a major shift that way.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's why receivers are starting to go a lot earlier than they used to be. Than they used to go in fantasy drafts, right? And I expect that trend to continue. Now we do have a couple of like amazing young backs, like like Breece Hall and Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson, and these guys who are probably going to be going in the first round of fantasy drafts next year, assuming Arthur Smith isn't there anymore. But I would assume that would happen, and that we could see a little bit of a shift that way. But yeah, no, I agree. Now it's interesting because I play with the philosophy of I don't want a whole lot of depth. I rather flip that depth before the trade deadline to make sure that my starting lineup is as good as it could be. Now, of course, when luck hits you hard, the negative way, you're going to end up with not a whole lot of depth. So when a couple of your guys get hurt, you're screwed. Right. And I saw that in multiple teams in my leagues, this season, where one of the best teams in one of the leagues that I'm in get to the playoffs, and you're looking at their team like, wait, how did you even get here? But it's because of the fact that, they had so many injuries. But yeah, I hear you, man. I think there's something to say about that. Just having a guy to be able to plug in, if you do get hurt. And I think that's why you're in the championship, because you won the battle of attrition.
I did.
Nice job, James. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask a Chatty House question. James is going to ask one of his questions, and we'll just alternate like that, because we're ultimately here for the listener, but also we're here to get James a dub. So I'm going to start. Here. Gus Edwards, Tyjae Spears, Noah Brown, geez Louise, Josh Downs, Curtis Samuel, Demarcus Robinson in the flex.
Wow. Okay. This is tough. I like Gus Edwards. It's a little bit of a tough matchup. I really like Noah Brown. Demarcus Robinson's been getting it done. It's between, those 3 guys. I think I'm going to have to go Noah Brown here. I just lean him over Gus Edwards just by a hair. The Titans are so bad against perimeter wide receivers. CJ Stroud has cleared the concussion protocol. I obviously love Nico Collins this week. He's their number 1. He's in my top 10 wide receivers for this week. But I think Noah Brown has a lot of upside, and I just don't want him outside of my lineup this week.
Very good.
Okay, we'll go to James. You talk about your top 10 wide receivers. How many top 10 wide receivers do I have? CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, he just wants to brag. He doesn't have any questions. He just wants to brag about his team.
Well, I need to know which one.
Ask a question, man.
I need to know which one of these. I don't start. CeeDee Lamb, Puka Nacua, Chris Olave, Nico Collins. I of course have Rice. I'm not going to talk about
not Jerry
McLaren or London, but who should I can start up to 4. So again, Lamb is automatically started. So is Puka, and then I've got Olave, Nico Collins, Rice.
Believe it or not,
Kenneth Walker.
Believe it or not, I have Olave and I have Nico Collins ranked above Puka this week. But obviously, if you can get all 4 of those guys in, with one of those guys in your flex, that would be ideal. Like, is there a running back that you would potentially start over one of those 4 wide receivers in the flex?
Kenneth Walker.
Okay.
Kenneth Walker.
Yeah. I like Walker a lot this week.
I'm starting Kamara, but
yeah. So you have Kamara, and then who else at the run? Do you have a RB2 spot or no?
No, just flex. Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha. So okay, that explains all. That also explains why you went heavy on wide receiver. But
yep.
If it was me personally, I think I would just start all 4 of those wide receivers and leave Kenneth on the bench. Even though I do love Kenneth Walker this week, I actually have him in my top 12, believe it or not. But that's also because a lot of running backs have bad matchups this week, and he saw the volume 2 weeks in a row. So for the people who don't have the type of luxury that James has, I'm perfectly fine starting Kenneth Walker this week.
For us, Sadiki, Upper Hand Fantasy, you can check them out wherever you get your podcasts. Upper Hand Fantasy, it's an Odyssey original podcast. What are we doing about the Raiders' backfield? Josh Jacobs a little banged up. Zamir White looked good last week. Are you avoiding both? Are you starting Jacobs? Are you starting White? What should somebody do if they've got stock in that Raiders backfield?
Well, Jacobs didn't practice on Thursday, and we've yet to hear any practice reports for Friday. So as of right now, I would play one or the other. Now, this is an amazing matchup against the Colts. Okay. And we talked about it last week, with, I think it was Bijan, right? And he ended up coming through, and there's so many categories in which there's so many outs for these running backs against the Colts. So I will play Jacobs if he's active. And if he's not active, Zamir White is a home run RB2 play, like very easily, because of the fact that we saw him get it done with volume last week against the Chiefs, and the Colts have been pretty bad. Also, like the Raiders have been really good on defense, since the coaching change, right? So the game script is going to be there, and you're looking at a Colts team who isn't necessarily going to blow teams out of the water, right? So, I think both these guys. I'm not totally worried about it. I wouldn't want to overthink this one. If you're worried about Jacobs, if he's active, I'll play him.
Great.
Okay, I'm going to go with a sideways question. If you're in the finals here, you make it to the Super Bowl, and you have a wide receiver on your bench, and that the other team has the opposing quarterback, do you start that guy? Do you try to?
I don't care. Him? No, okay. I don't care. I don't play it that way. I just look at how can my team score the most points, right? Because you're playing a different game at that point if you make those type of moves. And I hear that all the time. Like, hey, I have the wide receiver for my opposing team's quarterback. Should I just go for the ceiling and not play that guy? I personally, don't play it that way. I would just play your best guys, right? And don't worry about what your opponent has, because that quarterback can throw interceptions, or there could be a whole lot of things. Look at Nick Mullins, right? Like, he can get it done. Look at Justin Jefferson. He killed it, right? And that's a different case because of Justin Jefferson. So no, I'm not. To make a longer answer shorter, I would say no.
Okay.
CJ Stroud or Jordan Love this week?
Listen, I love CJ Stroud this week. He's my QB 6 or 7, something like that. I just think the matchup is good. His weapons have good matchups as well. I like, not only do I like, Nico Collins and Noah Brown, I actually also like Dalton Schultz in this one too. So I'm a big fan of CJ Stroud this week.
Buying big on the Texans. Go ahead, James.
Yes. Yeah, let's go to this one here in the finals. Who should I start at quarterback? Kyler, Browning, Trevor, Gardner.
Oof. Oh man, this is a tough one here. I don't want to go Browning. Tough matchup, dude. Jamar Chase has been talking a lot of smack, hasn't he? Like, have you been seeing that stuff? Like, yeah, we'll see if he ends up lining up. It's going to be interesting. But anyway, I'm probably going to go Kyler Murray here. Marquise Brown was put on IR, so that I know he wasn't productive, but I don't think that's a positive thing for this offense in general. That's just one less wide receiver to cover for the other team. But I do lean Kyler. It is a good matchup against Philly. He has Trey McBride. He has some of these other wide receivers who could step up. I'll go Kyler.
For us, Sadiki, Upper Hand Fantasy, an Odyssey original podcast, joining us for a Fantasy Friday. Taking your questions now at youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Hop in there. Hit us with your start-sit questions for your fantasy football championships or semifinal if you're in a weird-ass league that plays all 18 weeks. Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy? Our guy Eric Cameron in the chatty house asking. He has Debo and DeAndre Swift as well.
Yeah, again, this is similar to what James was asking earlier. I'm not basing my decision based on the other guys that I have here. I'm starting Hurts every single week. Okay, listen, I love Purdy this week. He's my QB4 on the week, if I'm not mistaken. I think he bounces back in a big way. This is a really good bounce back spot against Washington, right? Like, you can't get a better bounce back spot than this one. So he can go from, throwing, what was it, 4 interceptions last week to 4 touchdowns this week, right? So I can totally see that happening. Debo and Ayuk, amazing matchups. Like, it's going to happen. So, if you don't have the luxury of having both of these quarterbacks, Purdy's a great start, but I'm starting the guy who can score 2 rushing touchdowns in any given week.
Yep.
And that's Hurts.
No doubt.
Okay. Let's go to Michigan Wolverine has 16-team league championship. Do I start Singletary or Thielen in my flex? A 16-team league is crazy.
16 is a lot of teams.
I play 12, and that's enough. 12 is enough.
Well, you know what? Making it to the championship in a 16-team is definitely impressive for sure. I wish I had your real name here, Michigan Wolverines, to give you some more props. But Singletary is where I'm going Singletary here. Last week, he did get, he was the primary back, didn't get enough volume. But again, with CJ Stroud back, this entire Texans offense, I think, is going to score some points. We saw what Singletary did against the Titans 2 weeks ago. Just absolutely demolish them on the ground. I'm going to go Singletary here. He's a clear back in that offense right now.
Our boss, Charlie, just hit me separately. And Chatty House, I love you all, but when the boss man chimes in, we got to go to him because I want Charlie to win in life more than I want anything else. Our guy Charlie asks, Matthew Stafford or Jared Goff this week?
Well, Charlie, you got to go Stafford. He's on a roll here, right?
Really?
Goff is going to be in the dome. He's not at home, okay, but I think Goff can still get it done. However, Stafford is just on a roll. He has a good matchup. Kupp, Puka, Kyren, all playing well. This offense is humming. I'm going to go Stafford.
Yeah. The Rams with Kyren Williams have been just incredible. Anytime he's healthy, they're just really good.
They're just like they're moving on all cylinders right now.
Yeah. Let's hit Michigan Wolverines again. Kyle Pitts or Pat Freiermuth.
You know what? Pitts has actually been playing pretty well lately. His target share has gone up. His route participation has gone up. And I think he's like a borderline tight end 1. I think Freiermuth is more closer to a tight end 2. And I just kind of want to avoid that Steelers offense right now. So as much as possible outside of the running backs. So I'm going to go Pitts here.
All right. Our buddy Will Z in the Chatty House said he's in the championship roster, pretty set. But if Raheem Mostert winds up missing the game, are you going with Ty Chandler, Deontay Johnson, or Josh Downs in a flex spot?
I think Mostert is going to play, but if he is out, I'm going to go Ty Chandler here. Much, much better matchup. It's funny because Ty Chandler, he scored a touchdown last week, and he still only ended up with 7 fantasy points, which is hilarious. But Chandler, I'm going to go with him. I think that this is a much, much, much better matchup for him. I think he can get the volume. We'll see what Jaren Hall can do. I think they're going to depend on Chandler a lot more in this game. Much better matchup. So I'm going to go with Chandler over Deontay and Josh Downs.
How do you even do that? I'm
in PPR. It's in PPR, by the way.
I'm gonna go look at his stat line. I didn't even see it. Real quick on the Dolphins running back situation. Are you starting Mostert and Achane? Are you avoiding Achane? I think that entire backfield's a little bit nicked up. Are you leaning on one or the other?
We talked about it on the pod today, actually, this morning. And for me, Mostert's going to be in my lineup no matter what if he's active. Okay, he's just a touchdown monster. Okay, I'm not going to overthink that one. Okay, now. There are a couple of reasons why Achane can be used a little bit more this week. Number one, Mostert was a little bit banged up in last week's game, right? He did come back and scored a touchdown after he returned. And he hasn't practiced this week. So, something to keep in mind there. Number two is that Jalen Waddle is likely going to be out. So in this offense, the way I look at it is next weapon up, right? That's kind of how Mike McDaniel runs it, right? And we've heard so much about him tailoring his offense based on his players, right? And based on his personnel. And I think Achane kind of like moves up with Jalen Waddle, likely out in this game. So I think Achane could be used a little bit more. Now, this is a little bit more speculation on my part, right? Like we haven't seen that. We don't have any stats to support that, but I think that that's how it's going to happen. Achane for me is like a low end RB2, but he has the high end RB1 upside.
Okay. Let's see. From Zabo, we've got pick 2, DeMarcus Robinson, Zamir White, Jordan Addison, Antonio Gibson.
Well, Jordan Addison is likely out this week. He might be out next week. He might be out first round of playoffs if they end up making. He has a high ankle sprain, so don't expect him to play. Antonio Gibson, a very, very tough matchup against the 49ers, but he might be the only back left, right? Brian Robinson has been getting limited practices in this week, so he might play. If he does play, I'm out on Gibson, like completely out. Okay. Now, if Brian Robinson's out, Gibson could be the guy because they just placed Chris Rodriguez on IR. Still, though, 49ers defense, I'm hesitant. Okay. Zamir White is the number one choice here. If Josh Jacobs is out, amazing matchup. Demarcus Robinson is my number 2 choice here, and then Antonio Gibson is my number 3 choice. That's kind of how I would do it.
Awesome. Couple more here. Oh, this is a tough spot. You're in a bad spot when you're not totally sure of your quarterback's first name. This person is in the championship, and the quarterback injury situation has them starting either Tyrod Taylor or Jarrett Stidham. Or maybe they mean Jason Statham, action star.
Jason Statham. That's exactly what I was thinking. If you say it that way, you kind of have to go with Statham. Right?
100%.
Yeah.
But like, if you're gonna tell me Tyrod or Stidham, man, this one's really close. I'm gonna have to like defer to my rankings on this one. Okay, so I bet you I have these guys like almost back to back. So I have Tyrod.
17.
I have Tyrod all the way down at 18, and I have Stidham at 20. So it's close. I lean Tyrod by a hair. You expect some more rushing yards. Now remember, Stidham did his thing against the 49ers. I know this audience can remember that last year in his first start. But I lean Tyrod by a hair.
There we go. All right, let's get to Russell Hunt. Same team I am in the championship game. Running back Etienne, Elliott, Montgomery, or Mostert need 2.
I'm going to go with Mostert number 1, Etienne number 2. I will say, though, Elliott is safer than Etienne. Okay, so if you're going for safety in a PPR league, Elliott might end up with like 6 or 7 catches in this game. The Patriots are bottom 10 in allowing. I'm sorry, not the Patriots. The Bills are bottom 10 in allowing catches to running backs and receiving yards to running backs. So he's very, very safe in PPR, high floor. But I do think there is some ceiling with Etienne, especially with his matchup. I'm going to go Mostert, Etienne, followed by Elliott.
Fantasy Friday with Faraz Siddiqui of Upper Hand Fantasy. Last 3, I'm just going to rip these off real quick here, James. Faraz, Cade Otton with Tampa Bay, or are you going with Dalton Schultz for Houston? I know earlier you said you were buying a lot of Houston stock this week. I'm guessing you're leaning Schultz.
I am, Russell. I'm going to go Dalton Schultz here.
All right, very good. And then Matthew Stafford, Cooper Kupp, and Devontae Adams, and Josh Allen. Oh, I started the wrong one there. That's fine. Walker, Etienne, or Cook at running back.
Oof. Oh, man. It's really hard to bench James Cook right now. His utilization went up last week. Didn't have the fantasy points, but I think he can have a big week this week. I'm going Cook.
All right, very good. That's going to do it for our Fantasy Fridays, man. Faraz, this has been really great. We appreciate your time every single Friday, but especially this one. I know you're super busy. You got little ones running around the house, and you're doing a million things for the holidays. So thanks for carving out a few minutes on another Friday.
Of course. This was so much fun this year. I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome, by the way. I just want to say that before we close out the year. And I appreciate everyone in the chatty house too. So this has been a blast. I'm hoping we can do this again.
It's in the cards for sure. We will absolutely be in touch. We really appreciate your time, buddy, and have a great rest of the year, and we'll talk to you next year.
See you guys.
Thanks, Faraz.
Thanks, bud. It's Faraz Siddiqui. Upper Hand Fantasy is the podcast. Make sure to check that out. They do such a great job over there. You can follow them on Instagram as well. They post content there. Upper Hand Fantasy. You can find it on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Legit, like during the summer when there's not a ton going on, I just hit Faraz and be like, hey, you want to chat for a few minutes? Just
yeah, no, we can have Faraz on anytime, man. I totally think, especially during the draft time, that would be great. Like the impact of some of these players on fantasy
right
teams.
after the draft for sure.
Yeah, and during free agency, yeah, like he's so good. I just absolutely, especially his Instagram stuff is awesome. Like his little video shorts and stuff. Hopefully, he's made a difference in your fantasy season, like he did in mine.
Yeah, I hope so. He definitely helped. He helped me out for sure. I didn't end up winning my playoff game, but it wasn't because of anything for Oz.
Yeah,
did or didn't do.
It's just wild to hear some of his, like the reasoning behind some of his stuff. It's just like it's still baffling.
There was one when we did a fantasy segment on a different radio show I was on, and I asked the guy one time, I said, hey, should I start player X or player Y? And he was like, why would you even talk about player X? Why is he even on your team? Start player Y and you can drop player X. Player X outscored player Y that week.
Oh.
And so we came on the next week and I was like, hey man, what the hell? Like trying to joke with him, right? Dude, he got real defensive.
Oh.
It was awkward. He's like, it's your decision. Like you asked me for my advice, I gave it to you. It's like it's up to you to. It's like okay. So I appreciate that Faraz is not an ass about it.
Yeah, really nice. No, he's been great the whole season too. And I'll tell you, last week it was big. Like the Puka was like questionable throughout the week, and then start him, goes off for 24 points. Yeah, it made a huge difference.
Big time. Thanks everybody for your questions as well. That segment is great because of Faraz, but also in the chatty house, everybody firing off their questions. That's really, really great. We appreciate everybody doing that. All right. We got to hit a break. When we come back, we're going to dive into this Kings-Hawks game. The Kings continue their road trip tonight. The strangest road trip of the year, I think. Maybe second strangest? I don't know.
There's a couple of bizarre ones.
We'll talk about it next. Kings and Hawks tonight. We're going to discuss that on ESPN 1320.
Okay, so people are asking about it's not a one running back league. Well, I mean, you have to start a quarterback, a wide receiver, running back, and a tight end. Then I have a wide receiver, tight end flex.
Because I can't stand the Ricketts family, Manny.
I have a wide receiver, running back, tight end flex. I have 2 of those. So I can start up to 4 wide receivers. But I can also start up to 3 running backs. I just choose not to.
Golly.
Although Kenneth has been good. Like, he went through a lull there, and I don't know.
The way he plays, he should be called Kenneth Runner. I'm the first person ever to make that joke.
Either way, it made me chuckle.
I think the first time I saw it, I think it was Mina Kimes tweeted it. Did you see the Fox Sports radio lady who said that she doesn't like Lamar Jackson because she likes her quarterbacks to be more quarterbacky?
What?
Yeah, I was like, oh no.
What does that mean?
Boy.
Is it the same lady who said Frank Thomas died?
No, I don't think so. That was on actual Fox News.
Oh my gosh.
This is Fox Sports Radio yesterday.
I would have been really bummed out this morning if I ever watched Fox News.
Dude. Yeah. Yeah, if you missed it, Fox News did a whole thing about how Frank Thomas died. Frank Thomas, White Sox legend, very much alive.
Oakland A's legend.
Yeah, his 06 season was wild. Dude.
Him and Nick Swisher, bomb. They were awesome. And Frank Thomas did not die. I don't think we mentioned that. Frank Thomas is alive and well, and tweeted that he's alive and well. Even did a selfie.
Yes, correct.
He went full Jerry Rice on us. Kyle is quietly typing.
I'm uploading podcasts, man. People have asked why the podcast isn't on their favorite podcast platform. TBD. No idea.
No idea.
Mm-mm.
Has it been on there before and now it's not?
No, it just hasn't gotten up. So I don't know if that's an Apple thing or.
Have we applied for the Apple thing?
I would assume so.
Oh, yeah. Russell Hunt.
Come on. I just saw it.
Yes.
Yeah. Post that one. Yes.
Yes.
Welcome in. Welcome to the Love Hard family.
Jiffy Lube. I'm calling
Jiffy
it.
Lube. That's what I'm calling. Jimmy O Yang, man. Big fan.
Oh. Zabo just asked, do I ever do fantasy basketball? I got asked by some Kings fans last year to jump in, and my team sucked.
Fantasy basketball is hard, dude.
It is, because you have to watch it all the time.
Yeah.
I don't typically have time, so I'm in it for the second straight season. I made the playoffs last year, even though my team was bad, and I like really fought to like get the thing going. This year I'm okay, but I think there's probably even some people in chat that are in that fantasy league. It's tough because again, it's about timing. That's why I brought when my son was 15, he took over. He joined me on my fantasy football team because I don't have time. And so between the two of us, we manage our team.
Oh, that's nice.
I will say that this year he did make us take Drake London over Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, yikes. The main character and the other main character in Love Hard does look like Trista.
She does.
Okay, 10 seconds. First, second hour coming up now. Hour number 2 for the first of 3 times today. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. We're the Insiders. We're taking you up to 2 o'clock. Typically, we go to noon and then hand it off to D'Lo and KC. But D'Lo and KC, as well as Jesse, are off this week. So we're rocking till 2. And you will hear that second hour intro 2 more times today. So this is our first second hour.
Are we going to have a second hour and a third second hour?
Yes.
Yes.
1,000%.
I am down for this.
Yeah, I'm not re-racking the actual show open. We're just gonna have because we don't usually do 4 hours, so we don't have like a third and fourth hour like intro.
Okay.
So it's just
it's
second hour 3 times.
I'm all right.
I am too. It's great.
Yeah, it's like second dinner. Like we're hobbits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Second dinner. 1,000%. When you start talking about Lord of the Rings, to me,
that goes over your head.
It doesn't all go over my head.
Okay.
I've seen the movies. I think I read The Hobbit in 3rd grade.
Okay.
2nd grade, maybe.
I think it's a Samwise Gamgee thing.
5th grade.
Yeah.
But yeah. I just don't follow it enough.
No, it's okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I mean, there are very few movies I can bring up. I'm going to have to start sending like a stack of movies home with you every weekend. I don't know.
Don't do that. For God's sakes, don't do that. I already have multiple spreadsheets with multiple people about movies I need to watch.
Oh.
So I've got it. It's just
they send you spreadsheets?
No. I've created spreadsheets that I'm like, okay, fine, I'll throw it on the list. Like it'll go on the list and I'll try and get to it someday. But honestly, the more people push me to watch a movie, I'm like, no thanks.
I think that like on the King's Beat podcast, that's what happens with Brendan. Like he gets pushed so hard to watch a movie, and then, well, first of all, he can't stay awake through an entire movie, so it takes him like 4 times of watching a movie to get to the end.
Got it.
But yeah, I also think it becomes like almost like a phobia. Like we push a movie so hard on him that he all of a sudden he doesn't want to.
Yeah, it's not.
Get through it.
It's not it's more like I had so many people tell me like, you have to watch The Gladiator was one. You have to watch it. You have to watch it. Oh my God. And then I watch it and I'm like, okay, it was fine. I didn't love it. And then people get pissed that I didn't love it.
Yeah.
Like, dude, what do you want from me, bro? Like, oh, Arthur Aurelius Maximus Dumbledore, whatever the hell the guy's name is. Like, yeah, no, I get it. That was a cool scene. I get it. But look, I'm not 12 years old watching this movie. This isn't the first time I've seen blood on a movie screen. So I'm freaking out about the movie, and that's what you're still holding on to. I was a 28-year-old dude watching this movie for the first time that came out freaking 20 years ago. It was fine. It was just okay. I'll probably never watch it again.
It's very long.
And people get so mad at that. Like, dude, you want me to watch the damn movie or not? Because Rocky, good movie. I enjoyed Rocky. Yeah. I would watch Rocky again. Rocky 2, Rocky 3, Rocky 4. That's the same movie. I watched the same movie a bunch of times with different characters.
You probably could have watched like Rocky 2 and it would have encapsulated like most of them.
Yeah, man. And I get like, okay, I get the cut me, Mick. Like, okay, I get the reference now. All right. I get throw the damn towel, the gif. I know the reference. Okay, great. Adrian. Right. I get it all. Yeah. Right. But okay, great. I'm up to speed on 1977 pop culture references. You know, that's the worst part. And I think that's the thing that gets me the most. Is like, okay, you want me to watch these movies. Okay, what's the Dead to Me? Better Off Dead? Dead to Me, great show.
No, Better Off Dead.
Better Off Dead. If I watch that movie and don't like it, you're going to be like, oh, what? It's a you problem. So I'm just going to not watch it. I think that's the thing.
I don't get judgy after the fact. I know that again, like Sean always pushes the movie Life on Brendan, which is what Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence, right?
Sure.
I didn't really particularly care for Life. It's not one of like my top 10 movies, comedies and stuff, but that's okay. Like to each his own.
Yeah.
But like I've watched so many movies that someone say, hey, you should watch this. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. And there's some movies that get like The Godfather, like you just have to watch that to know like the references and all that. Like, okay, fine, I'll get there.
Yeah.
But there's other movies that people try and push on me that I'm like, look, because that does not sound like a movie I would like. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Like I'm sure Manchester by the Sea is a great movie, but I'm out on the films of Casey Affleck. You know, it's just
no, that's okay.
Anyways,
it was all right.
I love that I'm not a movie guy, but I just have staunch Casey Affleck opinions.
It was a little drawn out, a little long. Hey, Charlie's here.
Yeah, Charlie's in the building. Matthew Stafford over Jared Goff this week, Charlie.
I heard.
He got it. Okay. Now that Charlie's here, I'm going to do this read. Golden Sky 2024 is going to be 3 big rowdy days of country music and all the festival fixings you can handle under the sun and stars. Rumor has it that the festival fixing is beer. Get your crew lined up because ESPN 1320 has your chance to win weekend passes. Just visit ESPN1320.com and fill out the online entry form for a chance to win 2 weekend passes and qualify to upgrade to 2 VIP weekend passes. Yeehaw.
That
what do you got for me now?
That totally felt like that totally felt like your mom came in your room and like, are you studying? Like, sure, I'm studying.
Like, yeah, I'm totally studying.
I'm
studying for Golden Sky 2024.
That's right.
This geometry homework, Golden Sky. Also today, 4:30 p.m., the Cotton Bowl. That Mizzou Ohio State game, scorching hot. SEC Big Ten action. You can hear that right here. 4:30 is when coverage begins for the Cotton Bowl between the Mizzou Tigers and the Ohio State Buckeyes. Apparently, Ohio State is starting a quarterback who wears number 33.
Okay.
They have no chance.
Oh, no.
If your quarterback's wearing 33, you're toast.
That's right. Was that Roger Craig, right? 33?
Yes. Yeah.
I think Charlie's bringing me a list
Larry
of
Bird.
reads as well, even though I typically don't read them.
Oh, I'm not going to continue doing all we have so many. Look at, we have
gosh.
so many games coming up.
We have the Cotton Bowl.
That if I sat here and read through the rest of them, it would eat the rest of the segment.
Well, it's the first segment of the second hour of the first second hour.
No, I know we need to talk about the damn Sacramento Kings, James.
That's right, we do.
They're in the ATL.
Let's do it.
They're playing the Hawks.
That's right.
Who score a ton of points.
They're
not
don't
very
play
good.
Any defense.
They're not very good. They're like the Walmart brand Pacers.
Oh, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Although they have, I think they have better all around players. They just, I would agree with you. They're not as fun. They don't play any defense at all.
Yeah, that's my holdup with the DeJounte Murray thing.
But he's a good defender.
Right, he's a good defender. But what's going on there that
my issue with him when he was young was always that he was a turnover machine. Like it just loose handles and did silly things. Then he fixed all of that and he was an all-star. Now I kind of feel like he's not an all-star anymore. But that doesn't mean he's not a really good player.
I have so many, dude. So we had a caller yesterday, 916-909-1320, by the way, if you want to join the conversation, 916-909-1320 is the number. I have so many thoughts because we had a caller yesterday call in and go, hey, what about DeJounte Murray as a trade target for the Kings? And you and I kind of talked about that a little bit. I don't want to talk about DeJounte Murray specifically, but there's a bunch of dominoes that come with that I really, really want to dive into with you.
Oh, okay.
And
I'm down.
I'm
maybe we save it for the second segment of the third second hour.
The third second hour. Yeah, Kings Hawks tonight. We're going to talk about it, I promise.
Okay. Clint Capella is a guy that he's sort of the mixture guy. He's a big guy who normally Sabonis would just like shoulder under the rim and then go up and score on, but that's not who he is. He's bigger and a shot blocker. Yeah, he's kind of like the mixture. I would take Clint Capella on this roster.
Clint Capella, I think, is a good big.
I think
I used to be out on Clint Capella when he was at the Rockets because he was just like strictly pick and roll. It was super easy to run him off the floor.
Yeah.
I maybe that's what the Kings do tonight, but I think he's a little bit more versatile than that now. I think he's grown a lot as a player.
All right.
Since going to Atlanta. But like you said, it's hard to be like, oh yeah, DeJounte Murray's a great defender and Clint Capella's a great defender and Sadiq Bey and all these guys when they can't play any defense.
Yeah.
And they have Quinn Snyder. Like Quinn Snyder's a good coach. At least I think. I don't know.
I love Quinn Snyder as a
They're
coach.
a weird team, man.
Yeah, they are a weird team.
Very, very strange. It might be a Trey Young problem.
I'm
not
Does he
totally
need to come home?
I'm not totally ready to dude. Trey Young's been thank you. Yes. Trey Young has been needing to come home. If you don't get the reference, Trey Young has bad hair. My boy needs to shave it. Get rid of it, dog. You can have your little facial hair. You can rock with that. Go bald. Look at Derek White. Derek White is going to be a damn all-star this year. Why? Shaved his head.
Shaved his head.
People are going to be like, he's playing better. Like, yeah, but let's get to the cause. Let's get to the root of this.
The root of it. The reason why anyone is going to vote for him. He came home.
Came home. Trey Young needs to do the same thing.
That's amazing.
Let's talk about DeJounte Murray and the potential dominoes that come with that, because there is a Kings discussion within that. I don't want to get into a hypothetical trade and who do you give up, who do you not. There is something within the idea of the Kings trading really for anybody, but DeJounte Murray is just kind of a good jumping off point because the Kings are playing the Hawks tonight. So that's what we're going to do next on ESPN 1320.
I start a comment here. I'm going to go to it right now because we're on the break. From Terrence, James literally always said spacing matters, but Siakam and DeJounte Murray do not provide that. It's inconsistent to me. DeJounte Murray's a 37.4% shooter from three this year on 6.2 attempts per game. That's perfectly fine. If he's going to get you the rebound numbers, the assist numbers, and the steal numbers that he puts up without shooting 49%, sure. But he's a perfectly fine 3-point shooter. He shot 36.9 in 2019-20. His rookie season he shot 39.1. I'd like to see what he is as a catch and shoot shooter, which is again like what we talked about yesterday, but he's perfectly fine. And Pascal Siakam isn't shooting the ball well from three this year, but that doesn't mean he's not a good 3-point shooter. Like he's throughout his career, he's been solid. He's had, again, he shot 36.9, 35.9, 34.4. Like if you got a guy who's playing 38 minutes a game and shooting 34.4 from a non-primary 3-point position, that's not that bad. I'd take it. This year he's down to 24.1, which isn't good. But again, if he's not playmaking as much, if he's not doing all the things that he has to do for Toronto to succeed or not succeed, I'm not going to ding him for not being like an elite 3-point shooter. He shoots 50% from the field, 50.7. So that's my answer to that.
This is where my whole discussion that I want to talk about comes up.
Okay. Oh, I might need to plug in my laptop. How much time do we
have? 40 seconds.
Oh, okay, I got that. Oh no, I haven't stood up. That's not good, Kyle.
Well, stand up more. Yeah, this is what I want to. I almost hit the homie Grant Liffman. Oh, Jay's not plugged in. Dang. Hey, hurry up and plug your headphones in. Are you plugged in?
Yeah.
I almost hit up Grant Liffman. Like, hey, tell me about DeJounte Murray.
Oh.
5 seconds. Here we go.
That's funny.
Kings Hawks tonight. DeJounte Murray was a big topic of discussion on the show yesterday. It's a big topic of discussion during the break. somebody brought up yesterday, a caller brought up the idea that, hey, maybe the Kings could acquire DeJounte Murray in a trade. So here's what I want to talk about with you, James. DeJounte Murray specifically. And yesterday we said that he kind of falls in between that realm of like Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, and like role player. He's going to start. He would, for me, he's an improvement over what Kevin Huerter offers as a 2-guard, particularly on the defensive end. And he's a starter, but he's made an all-star team, but he's probably not going to be an all-star caliber player for you. But he's definitely a starter and definitely an improvement, right? My question is, if you bring in DeJounte Murray, or frankly, really anybody that's going to start, anybody who's going to come in, whether it's Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, or whoever, and assuming you're keeping Keegan Murray, is there a concern that making that kind of addition, like let's stick with DeJounte Murray since he's front and center tonight. That is a second ball handler who can create his own shot. He's a 20 points per game guy in the NBA, which is like, man, that would be great for the Kings. He's currently playing off the ball with Trey Young, but you can play him on the ball. He can create his own shot. He's, what we say, a 37% 3-point shooter this year.
37.4.
He can knock it down from beyond the arc. He's got a good enough offensive game that you're like, hey, you're comfortable saying that guy's going to score 20 a night for you. Are you worried at all that then knocks Keegan Murray down a peg in the Kings offensive hierarchy, where all of a sudden maybe you're stunting that development that we look at right now on December 29, and you go, man, he could be a really, really excellent player for you one day? Are you worried at all in making such an addition that, hey, maybe Keegan Murray takes a little bit of a back seat now? Maybe not on purpose. The Kings may not say like, hey, Keegan, we want you to take a back seat to DeJounte Murray or OG or whoever it is. But do you think that maybe that's just kind of where he naturally falls, where, hey, now it's De'Aaron Fox, then it's DeJounte Murray or whoever, and then it's Keegan when it comes to scoring and going and getting a bucket?
Yeah, I think it depends on the type of player you're bringing in. So if it always, like we always talk about the two players for Toronto, right? You have OG, who's more of a defender and a reasonably good scorer. He's basically in his prime Harrison Barnes as a scorer, but a much better defender. And then you have Pascal Siakam, who can, is average 24 a game. So I think that if you were to bring in Pascal Siakam, you are asking for Keegan Murray to take a momentary step back in year 1, year 2, or for Keegan, his second and third year. And then eventually you'll see him elevate and someone else, take a step backwards. I think OG doesn't require that. I think he's just a better version of what you already have, right? If you're going with DeJounte Murray, DeJounte Murray isn't an average 20 points a game on the Kings. He might average 17. He might average 18. But I think that Keegan Murray could still flourish. He could still be good. He could still find his way. You're just improving the skill, and you're also adding another playmaker. Which, look, I don't think you can have too many playmakers. You can have too many ball dominant players,
right? You
can't have too many playmakers.
No doubt. And I guess that's my question is right now, because I'm envisioning a future where it's Keegan Murray is the number 2 guy, where either De'Aaron Fox is out, or just on a given possession, Keegan Murray is going to go and create his own shot. Wherever that shot winds up landing, depends on I don't necessarily mean hey, create his own shot where, he can shoot a 3 off the bounce. I'm talking about getting inside, getting to the rack, getting into whatever mid-range game he likes to get to, where it's just man, that is a scorer. That's a guy you can get the ball to, and he's going to go put the ball in the hoop. I think if you're getting DeJounte Murray, it is with the expectation that, hey, he's now going to be that guy. You're not getting DeJounte Murray to go be dribble handoff guy. That's not, I don't think that would be the goal with him offensively. And now that that takes possessions away from Keegan Murray. That takes opportunities away from Keegan Murray to go be that guy, because now it's like, yeah, hey, traded assets to go get this guy, and now he's deferring again. When to me right now, it should be all about like, Keegan, go get your buckets.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be my one pause on going and getting another player who plays on the ball.
No, I totally get that. I mean, it's going to be like fit means everything when it comes to this team. And so you do need to look for players that fit the role. And but you also want players that don't just generally acquiesce to everyone else. Like, right, that's not what you're looking for. And we've talked about like the Chris Middleton comp for Keegan Murray. And Middleton at his height, which is kind of surprising, the most he ever scored in a game in a season is 20.9 points per game. And I think we think of Chris Middleton as like something way above that, right? But if you look at the way that the Bucks are constructed, they've always had a really, really great player in Giannis who's averaging 30 plus. But they've also had like Drew Holiday, who averages a bunch of points. They have Damian Lillard, who averages a bunch of points. And maybe Drew Holiday's a bad example, in his best seasons there, what I think is probably last year, where he was like around 18 points a game or whatever. But then you also have like Brook Lopez, who averages a certain amount of points. So there's always going to be a give and take, and like players are going to have to like take a little bit less so someone else can get more. But I think if you're looking at the way the Kings are constructed, they have like an all-world big who does everything but isn't a true scorer, who's probably more comfortable around 18 points a game than he is around 20. Then you have an all-world scorer in De'Aaron Fox, who, maybe averages 28 a game on the season or 30, right around that range. But that's right there. It's already tough to fit in another 20 point per game guy.
Sure.
So unless you're just all in on offense and just saying, okay, let's just bring in as many offensive weapons as we can, then you're going to run into this issue that there's only one ball and how do you share it and all that stuff.
So I
get your concern.
I understand all that, but like I said, right now they're one of the Kings' big things is like, dude, Keegan, shoot the ball.
Yeah.
Like that is one of Mike Brown's like things this year is, hey, we just want Keegan to let it fly. And that would be if in February they go add a player who is, on the ball a lot and is creating his own shot a lot, where, hey, now it's just Keegan Murray kind of hanging out in the corner. It's swung to him and now he's hesitating to shoot it, or he's hesitating to put the ball on the deck because now he's deferring to De'Aaron Fox and another player, and at times Domas, depending on the matchup and how his night's going. And that would worry me, where right now we're looking and we're going, man, the projection over the next 5 years is sky high right now. Because we've seen the maximized version of Keegan Murray, where he is locking down Donovan Mitchell, and then on another night he's scoring 47 and he's 12 of 13 from three. We already know he can shoot it. Like, oh my God, if he gets a little bit of, if he gets that shot creation to his game, watch out. To me, that ceiling drops some, or that trajectory, I shouldn't say the ceiling, the trajectory drops some, just because it seems like his nature right now is to defer. And if you bring in another player that he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to defer to him. Now all of a sudden it's like, we've got to go another year of, hey, Keegan, go create, go shoot, go score.
Yeah, but that's on the player.
Yeah.
At what point does Keegan Murray not have to be told?
Yeah.
Right. So it's only like, you don't have kids, but when you tell your kid to go clean his room, like the hope is eventually he understands that he needs to keep his room clean.
Sure.
Right. But some kids don't do that. Like they just don't. Like Keegan might always have to be told, like, go do this, go do this, go do this. And that's going to be frustrating, but I don't know. Like he has to take that as a responsibility on his own. And it doesn't matter who he's playing with. He needs to know that it's time for him to go and score buckets, and not because he needs to score buckets. It's because him scoring buckets is how the team wins. And that's, it's the Kawhi Leonard thing with Popovich. It wasn't until Popovich explained to Kawhi Leonard, like, look, man, I'm not telling you to shoot all the time because I'm trying to get you a bunch of points. I'm trying to tell you to shoot all the time because that is how the San Antonio Spurs win a game, because you're really good at what you do, and we're really good in the position we're getting you to,
Mhm.
and I need you to shoot the ball because that's how we will win.
Yeah.
Well, that's where you have to get to with Keegan, where it's
Yeah.
like he takes that next step into understanding that in order to win, he needs to be this player.
Yeah, no
You know,
doubt.
just like there might be a point where De'Aaron Fox needs to go, okay, for us to win, I might need to average 27 a game
Mhm.
and get other people involved.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that that's the case, but I'm saying that there might come a point where
Yeah.
he has to come to that realization himself too, that like averaging 30 a game looks fine on a box score.
Yeah.
But in reality, does it equate to winning?
Did you see what Greg Popovich said about Scoot Henderson?
No.
Somebody asked if something about watching tape on Scoot Henderson, and he's like, "Have you seen our record?" Like, no, I didn't watch tape on him. Like, I'm sure he's a good player.
Yeah.
And I guess that was the thing with the Spurs during their dynasty. They didn't watch other teams; they watched themselves and just repped their own stuff over and over and over again.
Well, that's what Mike Brown does.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not so concerned about what's happening with the other team.
No doubt.
They have a coach who does a scout on
Sure.
each game.
Sure.
And that's what, you know, whether it's Doug or whether it's, you know, one of the other assistants, they do. But at the end of the day, they're more concerned about what they do as a team.
I have more to say on this Keegan Murray thing. It's not so much about Keegan specifically. It's just about the Kings and a larger discussion about what's going on with their offense. And I don't want to harp too much on their loss to the Blazers, but something happened in that loss to the Blazers that a light bulb came on for me with the Kings offensively, and I want to get your thoughts on it. That's coming up next on ESPN 1320.
I don't think that we're harsh on Keegan. I think like we give Keegan all kinds of props, but the problem is that you have a player who he's not there yet, and he's really close, and he shows flashes of being like well beyond who he is, but then he takes steps back, and it's something as part of the maturation of Keegan Murray. So I think, again, like Drew Down says, Keegan averaging 16 points a game, that's fine. I'd say by the end of this season, I expect him to slowly creep up to 17, 18 points a game, because that's where he's kind of heading. But in the last, 5 games, he had a 47-point game. Everyone's so excited about. He also had a 5-point game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we talked about it last year with Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter. Like, look, I can't have this like up and down, all over the place, frantic schedule. I've got to have, someone needs to iron it out.
Mm-hmm.
You need to have some sort of middle ground that we can start writing in pen. And I think if there's one thing I'd say about Malik Monk this year, you can write in pen that it's at least 10-5. And that's a big deal. Like, the next step is for him to, the highest of the highs and the lowest of the lows can't be that far off.
Mm-hmm.
But he's done a lot of that. He's been a lot more consistent this season.
No doubt.
I did not watch the Stockton Kings game last night. I don't even know what happened.
What?
What?
You didn't watch the Stockton Kings?
I won't even drive down to the Stockton Kings game.
Well, yeah, you live 6,000 miles away.
It's way too far.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't know if he's gettable. The Bulls are weird. And now they're winning. Hey, Zach LaVine goes down and the Bulls all of a sudden start ripping off a bunch of wins.
Of course they do.
Wild.
I'm now looking at the box score from the Stockton Kings Rip City remix.
Okay. Oh, hey, we were talking about vinyls yesterday.
Yep.
And I read this to you before the show. I'm going to read it to the Chatty House now, though. According to Contra Costa News, which is the county I live in the Bay Area, more than 250,000 vinyl records were sold last week. That's the most since the turn of the century and the highest sales since 1990. And I'm guessing that's just like new vinyls. Like Taylor Swift puts out all her albums on vinyl. And so I'm guessing a bunch of those got sold.
Mhm.
That probably does not include all the like thrift stores and consignment stores that sell vinyl for $2 a pop. And it certainly doesn't count me raiding my dad's vinyl collection.
No,
Vinyl's back, baby. All right, here we go.
that's right.
5 seconds. Somebody in the chat was telling us to lighten up on Keegan. Like, dang, I wasn't trying to drag the guy.
No, I don't think we were dragging him at all.
I think they were talking to somebody in the chat. Somebody in the chat was like, he has no handle. He can't score.
Oh, got it.
That's crazy. Relax.
Yeah, someone also brought up the Stockton Kings game last night, and I didn't realize that both Terrence Davis and Mo Harkless are playing for the Rip City remix. So,
Mo Harkless, shout out.
Yeah, Terrence Davis went for 15 points, 4 assists, and 6 rebounds off the bench. Mo Harkless had 10 points, 4 personal fouls, 2 rebounds. That sounds like a Mo Harkless lineup. Chris Murray had 24 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists. And then for the Stockton Kings, Jalen Noel is back after going up to the big show at 24 points off the bench. Stanley Johnson had 14 points. Scow Labi Sierre had 14 points and 12 rebounds. Is
every player on the Stockton Kings a player with NBA minutes?
One,
because you just named
3,
Jalen Noel,
4. Like
Scow,
if you want to count Colby
Stanley
Jones
Johnson,
and Slauson and Jordan Ford,
they all 3 count.
Okay, Jeremy Lamb on the bench.
Yep. Actually, you know what? No, the Kings guys you just named don't count. I mean, like guys who have been NBA players elsewhere.
Well, definitely Deontay Burton, Jalen Noel, Scow,
Stanley Johnson.
Yeah, all those guys, and of course Jeremy Lamb for sure.
Shout out to the Stockton Kings.
There we go, Stockton Kings, everybody.
Did they get the dub?
They did. They
Oh,
they
yeah.
111-106.
Good for them. I hope they get whatever the G League championship is.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? It was about Keegan Murray. We're talking about that. Oh, this. Okay. So our discussion that we had with Howard Beck earlier in the year, he said this on this show and then on his podcast, Real Ones, he does on Mondays with Logan Murdoch and Raja Bell. And they were talking about like the makeup of a championship team. What are the criteria for a championship contender? And one of them was like, you got to have that superstar guy. And we talked about that yesterday. You got to have a 1A. De'Aaron Fox to me is a 1A.
Yep.
So to me, they've checked that box. You need to have 2 all-star guys. They've got that. Check that box. It's De'Aaron Fox. It's Domantas Sabonis. The third thing he said though, and this really, when I was looking back at the game the other night against the Trailblazers, where it was Fox and Sabonis and then nobody else did anything. The third thing Howard Beck brought up, and I think this is a good one, is that like pecking order offensively. That hey, this is the guy, and then this guy's your number 2, and this guy is your number 3, and there's that defined pecking order. I don't think the Kings have that right now. I think there's, in theory, there is, right? In theory, it's, hey, Fox 1, and then Keegan 2, and then probably Malik 3, and then probably Sabonis 4. In terms of like scoring, like because EOD, you got to score the basketball.
Yeah,
the point. So I think that's probably your. And if you want to quibble with 3 and 4 or whatever, but I think in an ideal world, Keegan Murray is number 2 for the Kings.
That's where it's heading,
right?
For sure.
Eventually.
Yeah.
I think one of the issues for the Kings right now is not just defensively, because defensively they were abhorrent the other night, and we know that. But I think when right now, if Keegan Murray's off, or if Kevin Huerter is off, or Malik Monk's not having a great night, I just don't. To me, there's not one guy. It's De'Aaron Fox and Domas, and everybody goes, okay, well they're scoring, so I'm just going to kind of sit over here and do this. There's not that, like, hey, we're struggling right now. De'Aaron's doing all the scoring. There's nobody that just takes the reins and says, I'm the guy here. I am going to go take over. Nobody else is scoring. I'm going to go put up a bunch of shots and try and get us going in this game.
Okay, so I think in theory, that's probably not even Keegan. That's probably like Keegan is going to be a guy who goes and gets you a bunch of points in the flow of the offense.
Mm-hmm.
The guy you're talking about has got to be Malik Monk.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I think there are times, but I'm also going to say, like, if you look at his stats over the last week and a half, I think the foot injury has been a bigger deal for Malik Monk.
It certainly feels like it.
And so I think, again, consistency, you want him to be consistent. I think the first 20 games of the season, he was consistently excellent. And I thought every night you had that guy who brought in a bucket, right? But then I think over the last 8 to 10 games, it might be not as much because I think he's hurting.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that maybe we're just we're missing that point.
Mm-hmm.
But I would also say that if Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes, this is who they're becoming.
Mm-hmm.
These players that are 10, 11, 12 points per game. Some nights they're on, some nights they're off. You don't know what you're getting.
Mm-hmm.
They're not doing a lot outside of that, especially, Harrison Barnes is not rebounding. Kevin Huerter isn't rebounding, and his assist numbers are down from his previous years. Then that's where you start circling guys and saying, okay, I see what these guys bring. And I think they're still valuable NBA players, but can I get players that are better fits that maybe can help my defense, that maybe can, if you're going to be at around 10 or 11 points a game, then I want a lockdown defender version of
1,000%
at 11 points per game.
Yes.
It's okay that you're down at 11 points per game because we got a guy at 30, we got a guy at 18, 19. We got a guy who I think can get to 18 by the end of the season.
Yeah.
But and then we got another guy who can average 15 off the bench. Okay. So if these other guys are going to sit around that okay, sort of unacceptable range or that, then they become plug and play guys. And I would rather see a plug and play guy that does more on the defensive end, that might be able to block shots, that might, these other avenues. And again, the versatility of Keegan Murray to be able to slide over and play the 3 or play the 4. That means that maybe you can go get a 4 that's a big time shot blocker, a 3 and D, a 4, and then maybe you can go get more of a defensive minded 2, whatever. But I think that's where we've kind of shaken out the roster at this point. You still need shooters, you still need these pieces, but you can have different versions of those players. And that's where I think we're heading with this roster. And that's why I do believe there will be trades between now and February 8th. I think there will be maybe 1, there might be 2. And I don't think that they're worried about shaking things up as much as they are, how do we support the big 3/big 4 better?
That's it. That's what everything is about right now. And the reason I bring up the pecking order thing is because I think that's what the next 2 months, month and a half.
Yeah.
I think that's what the next month and a half, and then the rest of the season and then whatever playoff run they have is going to be about, is figuring out what that looks like. Because if you're waffling ultimately on whether Keegan Murray is your second best guy or not, or you're waffling on whether you want Malik Monk to be your third scorer, your second scorer, whatever it is, I think that's where you wind up needing to make changes, because I don't think it's De'Aaron Fox and then hopefully everyone else figures it out on a given night thing works. I've commended Mike Brown for mixing and matching, and frankly, there's been opportunities this year where they could have really had this thing go sideways, and he's done a really good job of mixing and matching, and their guys on the bench have done a good job of staying ready, where, hey, it's not the same rotation night in and night out, but they're kind of figuring it out on the fly and figuring things out as they go, where he's trying to whittle down what's the rotation in the postseason. But I don't think the De'Aaron Fox, okay, you know what you're getting from Domas, and then everybody else, it's you could get 5 from Keegan, you could get 47. You could get 27 from Malik. You could get 8. That I get there's going to be ups and downs. There's going to be ebbs and flows. But the fact that there's not a set order to me, at least that I can devise in my head, and maybe I'm just wrong, but the fact that there's right now, when I go, hey, who are the Kings' best players? It's okay, De'Aaron 1, okay, Domas 2, and then
Keegan or Monk.
Right,
I would say Monk is your third best player.
Probably Malik Monk right now, at least on a. Again, we're doing this on December 29. This is not about what the end of the year is going to look like.
Yeah.
But right now, and then it's okay. So let's put Monk 3, Keegan 4, and then after that, it's every team after about 4 is kind of up in the air, and that's fine if you're trying to figure it out after 4. Those guys. But the fact that on a night in, night out basis, you don't 100% know, like, okay, this guy's 3, this guy's 4.
Yeah.
And that has to be what every discussion they're having right now in terms of making moves and making trades has to be about. If they're comfortable with that being their 4, because I think that's still something they're deciding on. Now, that is something I don't think will be decided by February 8th. Like, I don't think they're putting a deadline on, like, Malik Monk or Keegan Murray has to establish themselves as the second best scorer on the team by February 8th or they're gone.
No.
Like, that's not.
No.
So that's a little, but I do think that's what the rest of the season is about, is kind of figuring out, okay, is that a bona fide, legitimate championship contending top 4?
Yeah. And I'll say this, Kyle, I think when you really start to break down like who this team is and you start comparing them to other teams, what they're lacking is, that PJ Tucker or that Danny Green type player, right?
The dog.
Well, it's the guy who just does the defense thing. Maybe he's a dog, but he does the defense thing. He does all the dirty work. He does all that stuff. And I would say up until this point, I don't think the Kings felt like they were there in their progress.
Interesting.
Right? So I don't think that they were to a point where you can have a Matisse Thybulle starting at the 3 who gives you nothing offensively. And then all of a sudden, I think maybe you do think you are there. Because if you have 4 guys that on any given night can go between like 20 and 35, right? That makes you really, really tough. Now you start needing these other pieces, these pieces that just support those dudes. Like I hate when people start like pointing out the flaws of Domantas Sabonis, because Domantas Sabonis's flaws are as much a team issue as they are a Domantas Sabonis issue. The fact that that he's not a shot blocker, that he doesn't have long arms, like, who cares? I mean, the guy averages like 19 points, 12 rebounds, and 7.5 assists per game. He can't give you everything. You know who else doesn't block shots? De'Aaron Fox doesn't block shots. He also doesn't rebound at a high clip. Maybe he's an okay rebounder, but like, I'm not going to accuse De'Aaron Fox of like not being a good NBA player because he has a flaw or two to his game. Every player has a flaw. I have yet to see a perfect NBA player. Giannis Antetokounmpo can't hit a consistent 3-point shot.
Sure.
Right?
It's not, but that's okay. But I think that's the issue, is it's not like, wow, Domantas Sabonis sucks. And if, again, anybody who's just saying he stinks, I don't care what they think.
Yeah.
Like, that's not the discussion.
No.
The discussion is, hey, he's the Kings center. The Kings have a really hard time defensively when somebody gets by Kevin Huerter or whoever on the perimeter. I don't want to pick on Kevin Huerter. Gets through the perimeter, and then there's just nothing there in the paint, and it's chaos, and it's too easy to score. Or that is a team building problem. That is a roster problem.
Exactly. And I'll bring it up especially when we look at what happened against Minnesota. Rudy Gobert goes for 21 points and 21 points, 17 rebounds, something like that. Maybe it was a few more points. Almost every single one of his buckets came on a dunk after Domantas Sabonis tried to shift over and stop an inline drive.
Right.
Because somebody let somebody loose on the perimeter. Gobert sitting underneath the basket, dunk. You can't say that that's on Domantas Sabonis. He's doing his best to do team defense. He did a solid job because he forced those guys to make passes, but there's not that secondary guy rotating, right? There's not that next step. So 2 keys. Number 1, you can't let the inline drive happen. So if you had, again, like going back to the idea of a Danny Green on the outside, if you had a Danny Green or a Matisse Thybulle to stop that from happening maybe 2 or 3 times a game, then all of a sudden go Bears down to 14 points in that game.
Right.
It's that simple.
Yeah, and I think that's the proper angle on that discussion with Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah.
It's not I at least I don't believe it's a Domantas Sabonis problem. It is the Kings need to figure out who to pair with him on the interior, where it is not up to Domantas Sabonis to be a rim protector. Because that's what you're asking for. It legitimately, like you said, that's like going, hey, Keegan, go play the 5, protect the rim.
Yeah.
It's not in their bag, and that's fine. So if the Kings are going to continue to roll out, hey, Domas is the starting 5, and JaVale McGee is going to be the most defensive-minded big on the team, or the most defensive, what's the word I'm looking for? The most defensive...
The best rim protector on the team.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a problem. And that is a Kings problem. That is not, unless the Kings are going, yeah, hey, Domas, you are going to be the rim protector. You're the guy. It's up to you. Then okay, then you need to do something different.
Kyle, the problem is that you walked into the season knowing that Domantas Sabonis has the same limitations
correct
as a rim protector as he has in the last couple of years. And then you didn't address it at the 3 or the 4. All the guys that play alongside him are not rim protectors. Like 3 of the 4 are not super athletes, and Keegan Murray is becoming a better athlete, but they're not guys who are just defensive-minded, lockdown. Like, you have limitations, and it's okay that Sasha Vezenkov has limitations as a defender, and he's actually been better than I thought.
Same, dude. I was big wrong on Sasha.
Yeah, it's okay that Trey Lyles has limitations, but what you can't do is get down to your 3rd and 4th forward and still you're saying the same thing. Like, there is no variance there, and that's a problem. They aren't all the same players, but none of them give you what you need, and that's the long and the short of it. Like, if this is a group you're going to run out there, you're going to have problems. And that's why, again, I like Trey Lyles at the 5 and you getting a shot blocking 3 and D 4 that can support both Sabonis and Trey Lyles in that situation, but they didn't do it. And so now you're still looking for that piece. And that's why we talk about a John Collins. That's why we talk about a Kyle Kuzma. We keep talking about this same specific type of player. You don't have one. And that's why we talk about it. And so it's not, you didn't solve the riddle, and it's still sitting out there. And at the same time, you have other limitations at other positions on the floor where it exposes what Domantas Sabonis isn't good at. Yeah. And just because he's not good at that, come on now. Like, every single player in the league has a major flaw.
Yeah. And I think if the take is, the Kings can't go into the postseason with Domantas Sabonis as their best interior defender, like, okay, I would agree. Like,
Domas is going to look at you and go, yeah.
Right. So I don't think that's it. It's again, this all comes back to the problem is like every single team needs that. Maybe there's 1 or 2 that I'm not, but there's not a lot of teams that are like, yeah, hey, we're 4 deep with bigs on our bench who were really comfortable playing 25 minutes a night because defensively they're really good and offensively they do their job.
Yeah.
It's just hard to find those dudes.
Well, I'd even say, Kyle, that there are a bunch of teams in the league that would love to have 4 forwards that can shoot the 3 at a high clip, that are, rotation caliber that can shoot the ball like that. Every team in the league. Like, I remember Dave Yeager told me the key to modern NBA, really strangely, it's the stretch 4. If you don't have a stretch 4, you're absolutely cooked. And so he said, please get me a stretch 4. They went out, they got Anthony Tolliver, sort of like the bottom of what you can possibly get and he said, you know how much better we are with Anthony Tolliver on the floor than any other lineup we have?
Yeah.
It's just that one guy to pull the defense out. And so I get why the Kings do it, but at the same time, you can't walk back into the season with the same limitations at all of your forward positions.
Yeah.
not address the problem. Think that you're going to address it with a guy who does not play with Domantas Sabonis, and expect that to be the answer.
Yeah.
Like, I'm A-okay with everything Domantas Sabonis does. Like, are there nights where he struggles? Sure, every player does, but like, the dude brings his hard hat and his lunch pail to work every single game, and he battles and he rebounds and he does all the things. On occasion, there's a tall guy who scores over the top of him, but the inline drive stuff and the fact that he's not a shot blocker at the rim, or the fact that his guy is dunking while he's trying to cover up for somebody else, that's not a Domantas Sabonis problem.
No, I would agree. It is insofar as the Kings are asking him to do it.
Well, I guess,
that's he's not going to become a shot blocker overnight, and the Kings knew that. And that's why yesterday when we were saying, hey, okay, trade deadline, what's the biggest need? To me, if they're going to make one move, if it is somebody, even if it's 18 minutes a night, that can come in, and when the Blazers have Dwop Reith going off, it's like, hey, he's going to keep this NBA player that some people have never heard of, James. That James and I have never heard from having 25 and 9. Great. Love that.
That's inexcusable either way.
That's nuts.
That doesn't matter. That's inexcusable either way. No, but it's also why when somebody asked yesterday about Jonathan Isaac, like, the idea of Jonathan Isaac is perfect. It is. But the actuality of who Jonathan Isaac is as a player, the fact that he's missed like most of the last 4 years, like, no, I'm not paying a guy $18 million to sit on the bench with a knee brace on. I'm just not doing it. That's not what the Kings need. The Kings missed the fewest games in the league last year because they don't have injury-prone players. If you go get an injury-prone player, you're going to miss more games. It's the way it works.
Yep.
So, but yeah, go find that guy in a different form.
I would like to see them this offseason, whatever assets they wind up having in the offseason, whether it's second round pick or 2 or undrafted guys. I don't want to see them go get a player. It's like, yeah, hey, this guy played for 4 years and he's going to be able to play in the system. And man, the upside isn't very high, but he's going to plug and play. Like, no. Get me all upside. I just want dudes who jump out of the gym and are 6'9" or 6'8" and whatever. And hey, maybe they stink and they hang out in Stockton for a while and then they're not in the league anymore. But hey, maybe you run into Herb Jones. Maybe you run into a guy who can, in a year or two, be in your playoff rotation as a defensive stopper, knock down the occasional 3, and you suddenly hey, there's that injection of athleticism and defense that we need, because I don't think you're going to find it for cheap in free agency, and you're certainly not going to have a great time finding that without a first round pick.
Kyle, they drafted him for the Dallas Mavericks. Olivier Maxence Prosper. That's the guy you're talking about.
Well,
that's the all upside, crazy upside guy. He was sitting there.
Boy.
And he's not the only one. There are other guys that fell that they selected at, wherever, like when they drafted Colby Jones, and there were players like the Leonard Millers of the world that you're just like, oh my gosh, the upside.
They have the opposite problem that Golden State had. Golden State needed dudes that could plug and play, and they were drafting upside. Jonathan Kuminga, James Wiseman, where those guys can't figure it out how to play in this system. The Kings have the other problem. It's like, okay, they've got all these guys that can play in their system. They've got Colby Jones, like, we love him. This is Studio One where I sit. That's the official clubhouse of the Colby Jones fan club. But they, to me, need not Jonathan Kuminga specifically, but that type of all upside. Like, let's just see what happens. And to me, they need that, an influx of that type of player.
Yeah. Anyways. No, they do. They need Jalen McDaniels. They need that type of guy.
Yeah.
And you can find those guys, but you also have to be searching for those guys.
Yeah, 1000%. Do you want to do Mad Props next?
That's fine.
You want to do that now, or should we talk about the Niners-Commanders game first? We haven't talked hardly any Niners.
We can talk Niners. We can whatever you want to do after the break.
I don't know what we're doing, man.
I don't know.
I'm winging it. I'm winging it here.
You're just like wearing a White Sox hat and winging it.
Why does everybody have a problem with my White Sox hat?
I don't have a problem with it at all.
It's nuts. I get that Manny's a Cubs guy. Okay, I understand that one. Manny
Got
and
it.
in the chatty house, the Cubs guy. I see some other people talking the White Sox. Like, what's wrong with it?
I like it.
Me too.
Yeah. It's like the old Jose Guillen White Sox hat.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I don't know. We'll do something. We'll talk some NFL next. We'll do Mad Props later.
All right.
49ers and Commanders. I think the Niners are not in trouble. I'm not going to say they're in trouble because that's too far. I just think this game is going to be a little tougher than they expect. Although some news came down this morning that maybe will be helpful for San Francisco. We'll tell you what it is next on ESPN 1320.
I've got to go ice up. I'll be back. What do we got?
James is leaving me. Sorry, guys. I've got podcasts and stuff to grab. The James Ham and Kyle Madsen show, by the way. I'll post a link since apparently it is not available where people get their podcast. What's the rejoiner with the violins at the start? That is shut down by Blackpink. Oh, that's another good point. Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah. The fact that I and a lot of people grew up with like betting being the worst thing you could do in baseball, and now all of a sudden betting is just so prominent and featured, and they have like official sports books of Major League Baseball is just like such a wild departure from anything I would have ever expected. And it's actually crazy when baseball first started, like in the late 1800s, before there were official leagues and stuff, and it was just like a sport that people could like that rich people played for exercise. There would be like bookies on the field at games taking bets during games from fans. just all willy-nilly. It was crazy. Yeah, I'm not. Nah, I'm out on this.
Oh no.
Pete Rose sucks. Just
He's a bad dude.
not a great guy.
No.
But like the fact dude like broke a rule and lied about it consistently. I mean,
he bet it on his own team.
Yeah.
And people can, he didn't bet for them to lose. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean he didn't like try to tweak the spread in a game that he managed. Like, I don't know. I'm not a Pete Rose guy. And I mean, I was alive to watch him break the hit record. I was watching the game.
Wow, that's pretty cool. I will say Pete Rose is the type of dude as like a radio guest who, if I called him right now just on the radio and was like, "Hey Pete, we're on the radio. Do you have a few minutes?" He would just be like, "Yeah, sure." Just talk baseball for however long. He's also big NBA guy.
Really? Oh
yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Oh yeah. Big NBA fan.
Yeah. I mean, to be that good, a lot of times you have to have some vices.
Yeah. Got to be competitive somehow. All right, 5 seconds illegal. Here we go. Hey, welcome back in the second hour, number 2. Taking you up to 2 o'clock. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Typically, we're 10 to noon with the insiders, but with no D-Lo and KC this week, James and I are hanging out for a couple extra hours. So if you typically tune in to hear D-Lo and KC and you're rocking with us instead, we very much appreciate it. And we very much appreciate if you hang out with us from 10 to noon moving forward, whether you didn't know we were on or whether you just didn't usually listen to the show. I want you to hang around. Stick around.
Yeah, stick around.
You can go back and watch on YouTube. You can listen to the podcast, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. Not available, apparently, wherever you get your podcast. It should be on the free Odyssey app. It should be there. If we can't get on our own app, I have questions.
I don't have any answers for you, Kyle.
I know you don't.
I definitely.
You know what the worst part is? I don't think anyone's going to have answers for me. That's a problem.
Yeah. I remember because I was the podcast coordinator for NBC Sports Bay Area that I had a Warriors person who was very upset that their podcast had not got up to Apple yet. Like it hadn't started posting on Apple.
As can happen.
And couldn't let it go. And it was like the day that they first had their release.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, it's not on Apple yet. And I'm like, Apple already has it in their system. There's nothing I can do. It will populate when it populates. Well, how come I don't know. I'm just telling you that I can't do anything else.
Out of my hands.
I am not calling.
I have let go and let God.
A 1-800 number to try to find out. If you would like to do that, that's fine.
100%.
I'm not doing it. It will eventually get there.
I'm not calling Steve Jobs for you.
Yeah. And then it would be like, hey, we posted our podcast 45 minutes ago. Why isn't it up on Apple yet?
My God.
This was 2 months later. Bro, it goes up when it goes up. The RSS feed is legit. It goes straight there. There's nothing I can do to help you.
Oh,
yeah.
Boy.
Anyways. There you go.
College football today on ESPN 1320.
Oh, yeah. We got all kinds, don't we?
We got the Cotton Bowl. Mizzou, Ohio State. That's today at 4:30. Tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. if you're out and about on a Saturday. Ole Miss versus Penn State in the Peach Bowl. That's down in the ATL where the Kings are tonight. And then Detroit at Dallas. That is I'm guessing, is that an NFL game? We got Saturday NFL again?
Do we have Saturday NFL? Did the Lions and the Cowboys play this weekend?
Yeah, they do it. 5:15. Okay, so
there
coverage begins 4:45 p.m. right here on ESPN 1320. That game, Detroit and Dallas, is a big one for the 49ers.
Yes.
If Dallas wins, and Dallas has been very good at home this year.
Okay.
If Dallas wins, that is step 1 to the 49ers clinching the 1 seed this week. The other step is the Cardinals. Well, the Niners need to win. And the other step is the Cardinals beating the Eagles in Philly.
That's probably not going to happen.
I don't love their chances.
No. I think this is going to go all 18 weeks.
I think it's going to go 18.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like the Niners are going to lose week 18.
You think so?
Yeah.
They're
kind of feels
that
way. They're due to lose to the Rams. The Rams are going to have something to play for. And there's that little sense of desperation, right? Like the Niners want the 1 seed, but really they're in the playoffs. And the Rams might need the win to make the playoffs.
And
the Rams are playing well. Matthew Stafford's balling.
You gotta go all out if you're the Niners. You got to get that bye week.
I'm totally with you, but there's just something about human nature. Something it's back there. Like you want the 1 seed, but also we're playing next week regardless.
I don't know. I mean, if they start benching guys, especially if
no. Don't get me don't get me wrong here.
Okay.
They're gonna play. The 49ers are going to try. I just wonder if the Rams are playing well. The 49ers a little banged up.
Yeah.
They very earnestly go try and win and just don't.
I think you need really badly an extra week off for all of these bodies to heal.
It is.
That might be more imperative than getting home field advantage.
It's honestly way more.
Yeah.
The bye week to me means so much more, especially in the NFL now, with the way travel schedules are and how good these guys are at getting their bodies prepared and the conditions that they fly in. Like it's not it's not like they're riding a bus across the country.
No.
Like they're fine. So I'm totally with you, man. If it was a choice, I would take the bye week 100% of the time.
Yes. That's the key.
Like home field is nice, but
yeah.
I
had the bye week in fantasy football, and then
did you get your guys rested?
I won the weekly that week while I was off. Yeah, we have a deal. Our fantasy football.
That's funny. So you can still win the weekly even if you're not playing.
Well, I didn't have an opponent, but yes. So our league, we run a $20 weekly winner every week, all the way through the Super Bowl. So that way, everybody stays engaged and doesn't. You can still win even if you're out. You can still pick up $20, sort of lighten the.
Oh, nice. That's cool.
Yeah, yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I think it's cool. We used to also have this. If you had a player on your roster that got arrested, you had to kick in $10.
Huh.
Just random rule. Someone gets arrested, you owe $10. And then one guy was out like $60 one year. And it was like, okay, let's not do that anymore. Because
arrested and charged, or just like arrested?
I think it was arrested.
They come up in the news for a police incident.
Yes. They get arrested. If they are arrested, not like, yeah.
What if they're arrested and then immediately released?
No, like if you got a DUI, you got out the next morning.
You are in cuffs.
$10.
Wow.
$10.
Dang. That's bananas. This is a weird spot for the Niners this week because they need to win. I think they're going to need to win out. I don't think they're going to get all the help they need to clinch this week. So I think they're going to need to win out. And this was a game that even before the season, I circled as like, hey, weird things happen in the NFL. The Cardinals beat the Cowboys sometimes. Like we've seen these weird. We saw the one of the weird ones happen in the Niners in 2019 after they had that stretch against Green Bay, and then they went on the road to Baltimore, and then the next week they were on the road in New Orleans. Then they came home and played a pretty mediocre Atlanta team and lost. Like those things just kind of happen in the NFL. And so before the year, when the schedule came out, I looked at this game against Washington. I'm going, they go week 12, short week at Seattle, then they're at Philly, home Seattle, at Cardinals, home Ravens, and then they're at Washington. Like that is a 10 a.m. start. That's the shortest turnaround you can have outside of a Thursday night, is Monday night to Sunday 10 a.m. West Coast time kick. And so I'd already had that game circled. Now, granted, I thought Washington was going to be better than they are. And I certainly didn't think they would have punted their season at the trade deadline like they have. And I certainly didn't think that Ron Rivera would just be coaching out the string. Like I would be shocked if he's their coach next year.
Okay.
Or by the Monday after the season. But that's still a tough spot for a team, especially after you're coming off a bad loss to Baltimore, or you turned it over 4 times. I got to get back. I just don't like it. I think they're going to win. But when I look at like the point spread and I see 13 points, it's like, that feels like a ton. I know Washington isn't good, and I know that they're not really playing for anything. Now, Jacoby Brissett was supposed to start, but he injured his hamstring in practice today, and now he's questionable. So it might be Sam Howell after all, which is batty.
Okay, so I find that every time that you feel this way, Kyle, the Niners thrash somebody.
That's probably why I'm not very good at sports betting too. I ride the vibes too hard.
I feel like you get a vibe and you're like, oh, it's too easy. It's too easy. You fear the trap game. And I'm just looking at this and I'm like, hey, the Commanders have lost 6 straight. They're 4-11. If they somehow win a game, there's 3 teams with 5 wins right now. They would much prefer to sit at the 4th pick and potentially move up if like New England they're tied with New England with 4 wins. The Cardinals have 3 wins, and then you have the Panthers with 2 wins. They're looking at this like, okay, we're okay, especially if Kyler Murray's playing better. The Commanders could be looking at this like, we could get a franchise quarterback out of this whole deal because the
players aren't looking at it like that, though.
I understand that, but the coaching staff is, and maybe they are.
I don't think they give a damn. They know they're not going to be back. Eric Bieniemy might. Eric Bieniemy might be their head coach.
He might be their head coach. Boy,
but other than that,
That's another thing. Did the Chiefs miss Eric Bieniemy?
Yes, big time.
Wow.
Matt Nagy's a clown. Matt Nagy stinks.
I would just like go out and just give him like $4 million to come back. Like,
Oh, he's gonna make way more than that.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
What does the offensive coordinator make right now in the NFL?
That I don't know, but he's gonna be a head coach.
Okay. You think so?
I would be pretty surprised if he's not. I think he's gonna be Washington's head coach.
Okay.
You have Josh Harris, a new owner, looking to make a splash. Eric Bieniemy had Sam Howell leading the league in passing yards for like a lot of this year.
Yep.
You let him get his own guy with a top 5 pick, and you just let him be the dude moving forward. That's a splash hire for a new owner. It's a new era of Commanders football.
Okay.
It's Eric Bieniemy, who probably should have been a head coach years ago. I think it's a layup hire.
I think so too. I like him. He should have been a head coach a long time ago.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I do think that is a massive, massive problem for the Chiefs, or one of the biggest reasons for the issues with the Chiefs. Yeah, I wouldn't bet on. I'm not saying I'd bet Washington money line by any stretch.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look how banged up the Niners are, and you look at the short week, and you look at, hey, maybe they do just go, yeah, hey, we can kind of sleepwalk through this one and go get a dub, where they do get punched in the mouth a little bit at the top, especially if Jacoby Brissett plays. And Jacoby Brissett's been really good for them in his 2 games. I think he's thrown it 23 times. I don't know, just a weird spot, weird game.
Okay.
That's all. I'm not that worried about it, but I think the 49ers can win the Super Bowl. How many teams can win it, though? We'll talk about that next. As I went through this last night, it's more than I originally thought.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll talk about why next. That's James and Kyle. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
I'm counting in my head. I got 6 that I think could win the Super Bowl. Oh, I am not Ham. I don't know if I can put up with that. Eric sleeping with Bieniemy. Come on.
Oh, come on. That's really good. That's really good. That's strong. Boop. Boop.
Are we going to talk about the Hall of Fame today?
Sure.
All right. Oh, you just lead the way.
I got about a minute.
Oh, the ice feels good on my back. God, we got a lot of games on New Year's Day.
There's so many. I'm gonna just kind of
pepper them in.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. It's a lot to read.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a lot to listen to. It's not a lot to read. It's a lot to listen to.
Okay. If you need me to read 1 or 2, that's fine too. I'll just read 1 though.
I'm capable of. It's not, like I said, it's not reading. It's about the listener and being like, hey, here's all this damn information.
That's right.
What did we? Uploading podcasts like an MF over here.
It won't go up anywhere.
They're getting a couple downloads.
Yeah.
Some people found it on Omni. 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Oh, here we go. We have so much play-by-play coming up on ESPN 1320. What are you laughing at? I don't like, this is my problem with our setup. If you're unfamiliar with our setup, typically the way a radio show goes is hosts sit in a room together in the studio. And then in the other control room or studio is a board operator, technical director, whatever you want to call them, and a producer. Now, things have gotten kind of whittled down in radio where the technical director is usually also the producer, which is fine. You can do both jobs. Our show is such that it's just us. It's just me and James.
Just the two of us.
Building castles in the sky. And that's why when you call, we just throw you on air because we don't have anybody to screen the call. 916-909-1320, by the way, if you want to join the show. So James is in studio 2. I'm in studio 1, and I kind of have all the buttons and stuff. And so when you're laughing at something, especially when we're coming back from break, because when we're coming back from break, I'm going to start the recording. I got to make sure I'm hitting the rejoin. I got to make sure the right buttons are pushed so the right people can hear the right things. I have to fade it down. I got to get us introed. And when you're in there laughing and I don't know what you're laughing at, it's really unsettling because I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. I don't know if I said the wrong radio station, which would never happen. So what the hell were you laughing at?
I was laughing that Drew Down put in the chat, why are the podcasts not on Apple? Which is something that
it's a great joke.
I think he's just throwing it out there. It's just like, because we've been joking about that throughout the entire break that, of course, they're not on. We're trying to figure it out.
Charlie, why aren't we on Apple?
Why aren't we on Apple?
Call Apple.
Yeah. Hey, Apple.
Hey, Apple. We're looking for the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show.
That's right.
Yeah, it's just really disconcerting.
It's fine. Like, it'll all work itself out in the end, Kyle. We have to be patient.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah. But
I'll throw a link in the chat at the break.
All right. There we go.
YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Thanks everybody for hanging out with us, whether you're on radio, whether you're on the Odyssey app, or whether you are on ESPN 1320 TV. We appreciate you greatly. We've said we have college football today at 4:30, the Cotton Bowl between Mizzou and Ohio State. So coverage for that game begins at 4:30. That should be a good one between the Tigers and the Buckeyes. We have Detroit at Dallas tomorrow, NFL action, a big game for the 49ers. If you are a 49ers fan, you have to root for the Cowboys. I'm sorry. I mean, you don't theoretically have to because if the 49ers win out anyway, they're good.
Mm-hmm.
But they could clinch this week and get a little bit of a rest next week. And that starts with the Cowboys beating the Lions. Niners also have to win, and then the Cardinals have to beat the Falcons or the Eagles. But either way, Detroit, Dallas, a big game for the 49ers. That's at 4:45. And then Sunday, we of course have the Raiders. 9:30 a.m. is when coverage begins on ESPN 1320. It's the Raiders at the Colts. Big playoff implications in that game.
For both teams.
For both teams.
Yes.
The Raiders need to win out and get some help. The Raiders could win out and win the AFC West if the Chiefs also lose out. So plenty to play for the Raiders still, and certainly plenty to play for the Colts, who are trying to work their way into the postseason as well. They need less help than the Raiders, but they certainly need to win.
Yeah.
So huge game for Las Vegas as Antonio Pierce looks to move to 5-3 as the interim head coach. And then after that, 4:30 p.m., we have Packers at Vikings, another game with huge playoff implications, only on the other side.
Oh,
NFC North out of the picture, but that feels like as Jesse calls it, loser leaves town. Okay. Whichever team loses that game is very likely not making the playoffs. So huge NFC playoff matchup there. And that's on Sunday.
Okay.
There's also New Year's Day stuff, but we'll get to that later because I'm throwing so many games at you because we have, let's see, starting today at 4:30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 games, college football and NFL, between 4:30 today and the college football playoff semifinal on Monday night.
Yeah, so just hang out here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just hang out on ESPN 1320.
All day, every day.
All day, every day.
That's right.
All right. Who can win the Super Bowl? When we first threw this on the rundown a few weeks back, we never got to it, and it's just kind of been sitting there. And every time I've looked at it, I've gone, it's like 4 teams. I've had the 49ers and Ravens.
Yep.
I've had the Eagles in there. And I had the Dolphins in there.
Oh.
Maybe. Might have been the Cowboys. I forget. This is a few weeks ago.
Okay.
But it was like 4 teams. And I was like, that's the teams I'm kind of... Now, everything feels a little more up in the air than I thought it was. I think the 49ers and Ravens through 17 weeks have been the two best teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
But the NFL doesn't work like that, where you just go, oh yeah, I can be the best team in the regular season, and I'm going to go on and I'm going to go to the Super Bowl. That's how it works. It doesn't. So now I have the Ravens and Niners. I think the Dolphins can do it.
Okay.
I'm buying into the Dolphins.
Okay. I think the Eagles can still get there.
The Eagles are in. The Eagles are in for me. For
yes.
sure.
So I think the odds-on favorites to be in the Super Bowl is a rematch of last week. It's Baltimore and San Francisco.
Correct.
Right. But I think the Dolphins and Eagles both can. There's a possibility that they both could win it.
And the way I view this, like every team that makes the playoffs, like theoretically could win it, right?
Yeah, but not really.
But not really.
Yeah.
The way I view this, for me, the angle, the lens I'm viewing this through is, would I be floored if that team won the Super Bowl?
Yes. Like, it's outlandish to think that someone could make it. Yeah.
I would be floored if the Vikings won the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Frankly, I know he's playing really well right now. I would be floored if the Cleveland Browns won the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah,
Joe
yeah.
Flacco.
I think that there's a point where Joe Flacco turns into a pumpkin.
Right. Great story. Super fun.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the heck out of it. And I
Yeah.
hope they win a playoff game. Like, I'm rooting for them.
Yeah.
I would be stunned if they won a Super Bowl.
I agree 100%.
Okay.
The Dallas Cowboys? No.
Look, okay, for me, I'm going to say no, but hear me out. It is not a talent problem. I don't go, Dak Prescott's never going to win a Super Bowl. I don't believe that. I don't think their defense is a problem. I think their defense is very good. I think Dan Quinn is awesome. I think Dan Quinn, frankly, is the best coach on their staff, their defensive coordinator. And that's the problem. I think Mike McCarthy stinks. And now Mike McCarthy is calling plays. And I don't believe in Mike McCarthy as a head coach whatsoever. I would be floored if the Dallas Cowboys, with Mike McCarthy leading the way, won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Especially if they don't win their division and they have to go on the road in the playoffs 3 times.
No.
Like, that's really hard to do.
I don't think, again, maybe we're wrong. Maybe, like, hindsight will be like, we'll look like buffoons here. But
it has happened to me before.
You understand, like, Brock Purdy has more playoff wins than Dak Prescott.
That can't be right. There's no way that's right.
That's 100% accurate.
No, Dak has more than 2.
No, he does not. And that's a problem. So, like, look, I just don't think that the Cowboys can be there. But those aren't the only teams.
Oh, he has the same amount of playoffs.
He's got 2?
Yeah.
I thought he only had 1.
He has 2.
Oh.
He got 1 in 2018, and then he got 1 in 2022.
Okay.
Yeah, they beat...
Same amount then as Brock Purdy.
Who'd they beat last year before the divisional playoffs?
I
don't remember. Doesn't matter. Anyways.
It doesn't matter. Okay, so we've got Baltimore, we've got San Francisco, we've got Miami, we've got the Eagles. Consensus, we're like, yes, 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 yes. I don't think Detroit has a shot.
Tampa Bay, that's right.
Oh, okay. I don't think Cleveland, realistically, their defense is stellar and phenomenal. I don't think they have a shot.
I don't want to gloss over that. You said Detroit is a no for you?
Detroit's a no for me. They're fun.
I'm going to put Detroit as a yes for me.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't love what their defense is doing right now. Frankly, their defense is kind of stunk, and they haven't been very good lately. But all you have to do is be good for 4 games. They've won their division. They'll get at least 1 home playoff game.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to say yes on Detroit.
No. I think they're fun. I just think they're a year away. Maybe next year.
No, you could definitely be right. Of these teams, and if I was ranking their chances, I think I'd put them below the 49ers, Ravens, Eagles, and Dolphins. And if we were throwing the Cowboys in here, I would also put Detroit probably. I'd put them above the Cowboys. I really don't trust Mike McCarthy.
I would take the Cowboys over the Lions, but I don't think either one.
Okay,
but then we have. Are you done there? Is that it?
I kind of think the Bills could do it.
And I kind of think the Chiefs could do it.
I also have the Chiefs.
I have the Bills and Chiefs.
Yeah.
I think both of those teams, just because of their great quarterback play, could find a way. And I keep watching Patrick Mahomes every week, thinking maybe this is a week, and it never comes.
Sure.
But I also think the brilliance to week 16, week 7, when we're in week 17 of this NFL season is nothing is decided. Every single one of these games matter. And I think it's really fun as someone who's played fantasy football forever, where we get to this point in the season where there isn't a single team that I could see just taking the week off. So, like, I'm excited to have Patrick Mahomes. He's been a bust all season long. He's like probably 8th in scoring out of all quarterbacks in my league. He hasn't been good. But at the same time, I look at this week and go, and he needs this win. And he needs to be Patrick Mahomes. If they're gonna make it, and they're not gonna be like a road playoff team. They might still be a road playoff team. But I think it's gonna be a really good weekend of football watching.
Yeah, I'm not sleeping on Kansas City.
Nope.
I can't for the same reason I can't bet on the Cowboys. I cannot bet against Kansas City.
Well, and it's the same with stupid Josh Allen. Josh Allen, like he can go out there and just destroy everybody 4 weeks in a row, and
that's it.
And come home with a ring. You're like, wait, what just happened?
Yeah, their defense locks in for a few weeks.
Yeah.
I think that's San Francisco, Baltimore, Philly, Miami. I have Detroit, KC, and Buffalo.
I don't have Detroit. I don't have Cleveland. I don't have the Cowboys. Yeah. Okay, so I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's what I got. 6 teams.
All right, very good. I think that's right. Watch Dallas win it now.
Dallas.
Like I said, I have been wrong before. Ramsey, I see you on the line. 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. If you want to jump in on this conversation, we're talking NFL Week 17. We've got more Kings Hawks stuff coming up. Tons going on a Friday, a holiday Friday. Ramsey, we'll get to you next. We'll have Mad Props next. Let's have some fun on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Oh, my stomach's making noise. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, we Fiesta, we did talk about the Pistons. The first segment of the first hour. Not the first segment of the second hour or the first segment of the second hour, but the first segment of the first hour. Oh. Yeah, the Pop-Tart mascot thing was weird. I don't care who wins the Super Bowl. Well, I want the 49ers to win the Super Bowl. I got to be honest. I've been a 49ers fan since I was a kid. But Mahomes, I need him to crush it this week in fantasy. I do not need you to bring me some Chinese food, Bryce. Actually, I brought chili today. We made chili out of our leftover prime rib from Christmas Day.
It's called timing, folks. Ever heard of it?
Oh, spectacular. I didn't get it. Hey, 10 seconds.
I know.
I didn't get that.
I sat down and the rejoin started. It's tough, man. When breaks are short, you got to go to the bathroom mid-show. It's got to make a mad dash.
Mad dash.
Luckily, our studio is literally as close as you can be to the bathroom in this building.
Yes. So. But you have to have a key to get in.
Oh, yeah, no, I always make sure I have my keys with me.
Yeah, if you didn't come back and you were just like, like banging on
Just
the
ringing the
door,
doorbell?
and I couldn't hear anything. Like
No, I'd be
Kyle
fine.
is not back, and we're just sitting here.
The lady who comes in and waters the plants.
Yeah,
She'd have my back.
There's a plant lady here.
Who can win the Super Bowl? That's what we're talking about. I think if I'm ranking the teams that we just said, and that's what I want to do here. So we have 49ers, Ravens, Eagles, Dolphins, Bills, Chiefs, and I have the Lions. You do not. Is that right? 6 teams, and then I have a 7th?
Yeah, you have a 7th.
If I'm power ranking these teams, I think I have to go Baltimore 1.
I'm going Niners 1.
Okay, I have Baltimore 1, Niners 2.
Okay.
And it's not because I think if the 49ers and Ravens played again, that the Ravens would beat them by 2 touchdowns and the Niners would turn it over 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the Ravens are A, really well coached, and B, uniquely equipped to slow the Niners down in a way that other defenses aren't.
Okay. I would say that the Niners have been the best team by a long shot all season long, in my opinion.
If you're into DVOA, the Ravens now pass them in DVOA.
Okay. But
if that matters to you.
Maybe.
It's okay if it doesn't.
It probably doesn't. But I look at the game that happened last weekend, and it's a blip. I think it's an anomaly for Brock Purdy to be that bad in a game.
No doubt.
He can have a bad game, but a 4-pick game where he throws you out of a game, I don't think we're going to see that again.
Yeah, no, I'm totally with you.
Yeah, and so whether he can win a game for you or not, we still don't know. But I know that McCaffrey can. I know that defense can. And so I still have faith that they're the better team, especially when you look at specialty positions and injuries and all that stuff that Baltimore is, still has sitting there. Like they had a really good week last week. And they, I think John Harbaugh outcoached Shanahan.
Mm.
Okay. Outside of that, like, I don't know. It was a good game. I don't think that, like if they're playing 10 times, I think the Niners win 7.
Oh, see, I think they probably split. I think they're both, I think it's very, very evenly matched. And so I'm not going to quibble if you have the Niners won in Baltimore. I'm not going to super quibble. I just watched Baltimore kick the Niners' teeth in. So
oh no, totally. I got you.
That's how I gotta go for now.
Yep.
I have Philly 3. I am still a big believer in and this is not breaking news. This is not an original thought. I just think it goes by the wayside sometimes. Offensive and defensive line play just matters so damn much, especially in December and January and February when the games are colder and the games get shorter. And man, you need to stop. You need to keep your quarterback upright because you're down 5 and there's a minute and a half left. I am in, and Philly has won so many close games this year where if you told me that Philly went into Levi Stadium and they were down 6 with a minute and a half and no timeouts, and they drove down and scored and went to the Super Bowl, like it would not shock me at all. Like that is just kind of what they are built to do. They've been playing playoff style games all year. As much as maybe they've slipped late in the season, and as much as, hey, maybe Jalen Hurts is a little banged up and maybe they're not as dominant as they were last year, I very much think Philly is still built to win the Super Bowl.
I totally agree. I think they're one get right game away from everyone going, oh, there they are. That moment where they just look like themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Niners had the 3-game swoon early in the season.
Mm-hmm.
Philly just happened to have one late in the season.
Yeah.
And they had a tough schedule and, it snowballed on them. I think they'll be just fine.
Yeah.
Like they easily could win the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. I had Eagles over Dolphins was my preseason pick. So I'm still leaning on that a little bit.
Okay.
And number 4, this was tough. I still lean Kansas City.
I was going to say the same thing.
Their defense is good enough that that is going to matter. And dude, are you ready? Are you ready as a person? Maybe you listen to that and you go, no way. Kansas City hasn't been good enough. But they haven't been good enough to wipe away everything you've seen the last 5 years to make you say Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid simply cannot figure it out. I'm not there, dude.
I'm not either.
Rashee Rice has come on just enough. If you get anything out of Kadarius Toney or whatever other receiver it is, Marquez Valdez-Scantling or whomever, all of a sudden the Chiefs are a lot more dangerous. Like the bar they need to clear offensively is not super high. And I am willing to say that Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes will clear it.
Even in their losses, they're close losses.
Yeah.
Like almost all of their losses are super tight. Like maybe one game where you're like, oh, well, they weren't in that game really.
Yeah.
But again, for a team that's 9-6 on the season, you look at their losses. The Detroit lost 21-17, and that's without Kelsey. The Broncos lost 24-18, so 6-point loss. The Eagles 21-23.
Well, okay, and let's talk about some of those. You had the Detroit game. There was no Travis Kelce, and Kadarius Toney had directly responsible for a pick six, and then had a huge drop late in that game.
Yep.
You had was it the Packers game?
Yes. So
the Packers game
they
where
lost the Packers 22-25,
and that was the MVS one where the Eagles one was one where they dominated most of that game, and then MVS lost the ball in the lights at the end.
Yes.
The Packers game was the weird one with the non-call at the end of the game, but they were right there in that game.
The PI. Yep.
The non-PI call.
They lose 21-20. Oh wait. No. 20-17 to the Bills.
On the Kadarius Toney lining up offsides play.
Oh yeah.
Every single one of those games is a coin flip.
Yeah. Even this week, the 20-14 loss to the Raiders.
Yeah. Yeah, they held the Raiders without a completion through the final 3 quarters.
Yeah.
It was 2 defensive touchdowns in 7 seconds. That's not something that if you're a team like the Raiders won, it was awesome. But for the Chiefs moving forward, you're not counting on, hey, we're going to have 2 game-changing turnovers a week moving forward. And that's just so I'm still a believer in the Chiefs.
Well, that, and you got to remember that Pacheco got a concussion in the early in the game, and when his helmet flew off and he got kicked in the head by his own teammate.
Oof, tough.
So I mean that's a big deal. I mean, he's been really good when healthy, and I still think that this is a team that could easily just like catch fire in the playoffs and win it all. So
yeah. I also wouldn't be shocked if Kansas City lost in the first round.
I agree.
We just if we're sitting here after wild card weekend and just going, well, we should have seen it coming with the Chiefs.
Oh yeah.
Couldn't figure it out all year. And then they lose 23-20 in their first playoff game.
Okay.
Could happen.
Yeah.
I think I have my, I initially wrote down Buffalo 5.
Okay.
But I think I'm going to move Miami to 5.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's probably right. Miami is so dangerous. Like if they get rolling, and all of a sudden their offense is clicking, like no one can stop that offense.
Right, and that's the big thing is Tyreek Hill is unguardable, and if he's healthy, I think they're going to be fine there. But dude, their running game is so good, and playoff games like that matters so much. And if there's any team that's just going to rip off a 75-yard touchdown and swing a game, it's Miami.
Well, Miami has like 4 or 5 players that can go for 6 anytime from anywhere on the field. I don't think that there's another team. The San Francisco 49ers, sure, they've got really good players that can
not the straight line just.
No, I think it's McCaffrey and Debo for the Niners that like all of a sudden, boom, they're gone. Right? Maybe Ayuk, but you get to
not at the level of Raheem Mostert and Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and Devon Achane. Like they're just different level.
Yeah. It's like the speed and quickness of that team. Like boom, they're gone.
Yeah.
Like, holy cow, I can't believe. And the game switches so quickly. So yeah, I'm a little high on Miami. So 5th, I think is accurate.
I think. My hesitation is they've not been there yet. Buffalo has.
Okay.
And I'm not totally sure how I feel about Miami's defense. Now Buffalo's banged up on that side of the ball too, and their defense hasn't been as good this year. But I think Sean McDermott's a good coach. And that was my hesitation. Like, does Buffalo's defense ultimately figure it out before Miami's does?
Yeah, I'd also say like Buffalo the addition of Cook, like finding ways to get Cook involved
Yeah.
makes them really difficult. Like
Yeah.
he's electric.
That's been a huge difference for them for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have Miami 5, Buffalo 6, and then I have Detroit last.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I'm fully on board with the like Buffalo right there. Like I just think Josh Allen, just like you have to like he's so frustrating,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time, he's really good, and their losses this season, they lost to the Broncos 24-22. That's when the Broncos were playing excellent. They lost to the Bengals, and that's before I believe that's before
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow got hurt.
Mhm.
Yeah. So like I think that they're a good team. I just think they haven't been super consistent.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know how much I trust them in the postseason.
But you trust that they can beat someone at any time. And like even the Jets, that opening night loss was just weird. They should not have lost that opening night.
Oh, if the standings stayed the way they are, Buffalo would play Kansas City in their playoff opener.
Oh, that's going to be fun. That means we probably should adjust.
And then if they won, let's assume Miami beats the 7 seed. Buffalo would then play Baltimore in the second round. That'd be a tough road, man. If they make it, they're going to earn the heck out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be fun to watch how these standings shake out, because the 6, 7 in the AFC are far from set. And then, of course, in the NFC, the 6, 7 are far from set. Although it could be 3 NFC West teams. It could be the Rams, Seattle, and the Niners all in the playoffs.
That'd be weird.
It'd be kind of crazy considering what we thought the NFC West might be this year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure I wrote an article about like, hey, the NFC West isn't good anymore. They might just have 3 playoff teams. That's fine. Ramsey has been super patiently waiting on hold. Appreciate you, buddy. What's going on, Ramsey?
Not too much, gentlemen. Let me just start with a Happy New Year.
My man.
I've got 2 teams. I'm not saying they might do anything. They have to make the playoffs first. But to go on the road, because these 2 teams have been in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, do you think Cincinnati or the Rams would have enough to win multiple road games to make it to the Super Bowl?
Oh, good question. I like that question a lot, because I forgot about the Rams.
Well, Matt Stafford is a MVP candidate,
apparently. So here's LA's road. They would be at Detroit week 1. That is a game the Rams could go win, dog.
I agree.
That is a game they 100% could go win.
It would be literally called the Matthew Stafford Bowl.
Yeah, or Jared Goff Bowl.
Oh no.
Yes. Goff Stafford Bowl. So that is a game the Rams could absolutely go in and win. If you told me the Rams went in and hung up 45 on the Lions, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I'm like, the Lions could win the Super Bowl. The Lions are going to get housed in the first round.
Come on, Kyle.
No, that's a game. Detroit would be favored, but it wouldn't shock me if the Rams went in and upset them. Assuming Philly beats Seattle or the 7 seed, it would then be Rams at 49ers in the divisional round.
Oh,
that's interesting.
All right.
And then they'd have to go to probably Philly in the NFC title game. I could see the Rams make a run to the NFC title game. I don't think they go into Philly and beat Philly. So yeah, I could see the Rams winning a couple of road games, but man, they'd really have to figure it out defensively or score a ton of points. But dude, you get Aaron Donald in there?
I don't see it. I don't see Cincinnati either. I mean,
Cincinnati, I don't know if they're even going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't know. Like Sacramento's Jake Browning,
Sacramento legend, yeah.
Yeah, is a good story, but at the end of the day, like he hasn't been there.
What is Cincinnati? Oh man, they are at Kansas City and then home Cleveland.
That's what they would be right now.
That's their remaining schedule.
Oh, got it. Oh, that's tough.
So they need to win out, and then they would need Buffalo, I think, or no, they'd need Indianapolis. They'd need Indy, Houston, and Pittsburgh to all lose one. I mean,
I'm kind of wishing I would have asked for Sadiki the matchup with Mahomes, so he would have gone through whether or not the Bengals backfield can slow down Mahomes.
how good are they against?
Just to make me feel better. Yeah, how are they against tight end coverage and slot receiver coverage? Because that's all the Chiefs have.
Yeah, I don't think Cincinnati's going to wind up making the playoffs. And if they do, I don't think, let's see, if they get the 7 seed, they'd be in Miami. I don't think they could go into Miami and win. But the Rams, I could see winning a couple games. If you told me the Rams went to the NFC title game, I wouldn't be jaw on the floor.
I think if they won one game, I would okay, but I don't think they can win multiple. I don't know. I don't have the faith.
They're playing pretty well right now.
Yeah,
I just think I have an immense amount of respect for Sean McVay.
Okay.
Because talking to before the season, because the Rams were just kind of like, hey, they have 40 rookies on their roster, and they did like their 90-man preseason roster was insane. It was half rookies, a bunch of them undrafted, bunch of them late round picks, and it just looked like, okay, Matthew Stafford's arm is about to fall off. Cooper Kupp is flying across the country to go see a body specialist for his hamstring. And then Aaron Donald had his retirement papers filed until the Rams threw $98 million or whatever it was, $93 million at him guaranteed. And you're going, all right, this isn't. But I was talking to Jordan Rodriguez from The Athletic, not to brag, and she went, Sean McVay and Les Snead want to compete. Like they don't view this as a rebuilding year. They brought in all these rookies because they're going to figure out who can play and who can't. Yeah. And they're going to go try and win. And if you had told me that, hey, by the middle of the season, you're going to have a fully healthy Matthew Stafford, a fully healthy Cooper Kupp, and Aaron Donald is playing at a high level still, now I feel a little different. And then you add in the Puka Nacua factor and the Kyron Williams factor. And you're going, man,
I know.
With Sean McVay as the coach, like they're going to be able to hang up some points.
Yeah, I mean, Puka's been so good.
He's really good.
Yeah, shockingly good for a rookie. And when Kyron Williams is on the field, they don't lose a lot of games.
Yeah,
like he's
a dog, dude.
Yeah,
I like Kyron Williams. Man.
Really
he runs
good.
hard.
Yeah,
he runs hard.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, I don't think the Rams can win the Super Bowl. They could, to me, they could win a couple playoff games.
He's got 1,057 yards, 9 rushing touchdowns, 3 receiving touchdowns, 192 yards receiving, and he's
in 9 games.
He's played. He started 10 and played in 11.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but that's crazy. I mean, it's almost. I mean, game started. It's almost 100 yards a game.
Man.
Yeah, he's been really good.
Really good. Yeah, the playoff matchups right now. Indy at Miami, Buffalo at Kansas City, Cleveland at Jacksonville. That Cleveland-Jacksonville game is prime Monday night wild card game territory for me.
Oh. I don't know.
Yeah, that's 100% your Monday night football wild card game. A game I'm fascinated by but have no interest in watching
at all. I don't think. Again, I'm with you, and I don't think either team can make it through the next round. But
who gets I
don't know. That defense is so good, though.
Who gets Cleveland. The Houston Texans Saturday morning slot? I remember it was every year it was Texans Bengals was the Saturday morning wild card kickoff.
Like when I was in high school, the A's would play playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
While I was in high school, during this school.
Oh yeah.
I'd get out of school and it would be over, and I would be like, "What? What is happening?
Yeah,
I can't even watch a game."
Yeah.
You
have Seattle, Philadelphia. You have Rams, Lions, and then Cowboys, Bucks are the NFC matchups. Those are fun.
Okay,
I'm into all of those. I think Philly-Seattle is probably. Philly-Seattle might be your Saturday early kick.
That's a pretty big game.
Yeah, in Philly, though. Philly already lost to Seattle. I think Philly would boat race those dudes.
Yeah, I think they are going to as well.
Still plenty to figure out in the NFC, though. We will continue keeping you updated on all the NFL happenings after Week 17. There's still plenty to sort out and sort through. Man, if the Raiders beat Indy, it causes some chaos.
I'm here for the chaos.
Me too, man.
I am all over
Let's
this
see,
chaos.
Raiders beat Indy. Houston is playing the Titans, and they get CJ Stroud back. And then Houston plays the Colts the final week of the season.
Oh,
Who does Pittsburgh have? I'm out on Pittsburgh. Who cares? If Pittsburgh's at Seattle and at Baltimore, they're done. They're cooked.
but every time we think they are and they're no good, they end up beating somebody.
Hey,
and you're
the thing with you know what Pittsburgh's in danger of is Mike Tomlin's first ever losing season.
That's wild.
They are 8-7. If they lose at Seattle and then lose at Baltimore, they finish 8-9.
That's incredible. And is that, I mean, over the course of their history, how many losing seasons do they have?
The Steelers?
He's their fourth head coach ever, right?
Third or fourth. I think he's their third in the last 60 years.
Yeah, I don't.
Is Chuck Noll.
Yeah.
And then
Mike
Bill
Tomlin.
Cowher.
Bill Cowher.
And now Mike Tomlin.
I'm kind of done watching Bill Cowher on football shows.
I punt the pregame shows to the moon, dude.
Like I was watching with my son, and it was Boomer Esiason, Phil Simms, Bill Cowher, and
Nate Burleson.
No,
James Brown.
Mm-hmm. And it was like, how in the world are you trying? Like, at least Charles Barkley connects with younger people, and Shaq, like younger people will watch. But how in the world do you expect to connect with anybody when like everyone is
You're old school football guy.
Old school football. Yeah.
The thing, I made the joke earlier this year that you could turn on any pregame show from any week of any season and I wouldn't notice. Like, I have it on because there's just a feeling, right? There's the intro music and the voices and the bantering. I don't care what they're saying. It's just that it's on the TV while I'm getting my coffee ready, while I'm making breakfast, like while I'm getting ready to sit down on the couch and watch football. It's just having it on. I don't care what they're saying. Every once in a while, Jay Glazer will come on and drop a little news nugget that matters.
Yeah.
Which is great. But outside of that, I think Jimmy, Terry, Howie, and Chris, like, sure, man, whatever.
I think my son was sitting there. He was like, boy, it's just like every single answer they give is like Captain Obvious. Like they're giving you nothing.
Right.
Absolutely nothing.
Right. Because they dude, and like I promise, they're watching football, but they've got every game on. They've got other responsibilities. They pull up, they talk to a producer. Producer goes, hey, we got Ravens Steelers. We're going to talk about their last meeting when the Steelers did X, Y, and Z. Like, okay, great.
Yeah. It almost felt like every
sit
single
down with Aaron Andrews. I don't
like all four of the dudes were watching a teleprompter. That's what it felt like.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
Teleprompter's down.
Hard job, man. Yes. Anyways.
All right.
You want to get back to the Kings? We should get back to the Kings. We got to get to Mad Props.
We do have to get to Mad Props.
Yeah, let's get to Mad Props. That is where we take stats from the 49ers game, stats from the upcoming Kings game. We put them together, and James and I decide which one will be higher. So many stakes. We have so much on the line with who wins week in and week out. So that will be coming up next. And then we'll dive further into the Kings and Hawks matchup as the Kings continue their road trip tonight in Atlanta. The strangest road trip of the year. Maybe the second strangest. One of the strangest road trips of the year. Mad Props coming up next on ESPN 1320.
Yeah. I didn't do it this time. We've got our third hour.
I'm so mad, dude. That's going to ruin my day.
What were we, 2 minutes early?
Way freaking early, bro.
Yeah.
I thought it said 58. What a dunce.
John Poles asked, James, do you get paid by Prize Picks? Yeah, they're a sponsor of the podcast. So, yes, I do get paid for a sponsorship. But I also play.
You do. You're big on Prize Picks.
Yeah, I mean, like Phil Simms. I'm not even sure what I'm watching there.
Oh, we're back. Whatever, man.
We're back, Kyle.
You know, there are times where I really enjoy our setup. There are times where I really like the fact that you and I get to come in here and it's like, you know what? We do a rundown and then we sit here and we shoot the breeze before a show and then we come up with content and then we sit down here and we talk for a couple hours.
Yep.
I like that I have control over our podcasting stuff. I can take care of all that. Do I hit the wrong button sometimes? Do I forget to record a segment here and there? Absolutely. But it all gets uploaded. It's all fine. There are some times, though, when we get out 5 minutes early and then we're starting a segment when we should be breaking because there's not a producer going, hey, don't break. Hey, don't break. Don't break. Don't break. Stretch. There's nothing. There's none of that.
Okay.
So now we break 3 minutes early, 5 minutes early, whatever it freaking was. And it really just sticks in my craw, dude. I know you don't care. I know nobody listening cares. I know it's not going to affect the product outside of me being pissed off. Charlie might care. In fact, you know what? I know for a fact if I went, Charlie, I messed up, he's going to go, ah. So Charlie cares less than I do. It's just going to irk me. And now I'm off kilter. Now I'm off center.
I was looking at the clock and I'm thinking I could sit here and talk about the second hour for at least 45 seconds and we could just drag this out a little bit. And it's like, oh,
no, that's what I want you to start doing. Here, we're going to do this. This is normally something we'd say for after the show, but I'm just going to do it now because I've already told everybody I'm pissed off.
All right.
We've already peeled the curtain back far enough. When that happens, when you hear me breaking 5 minutes early, be like, hey, not yet. Just do it. Just on air. Are you sure? And maybe I'll go, yeah, there's a thing I'm doing.
Okay.
But I might go, oh, it's 55, not 58. Whoops. Thanks. Don't ever be afraid. Or when I'm going to blow through a break, be like, hey, do you want to break? Like, hey, do you want to go? I'm going to rely on you to be the second set of eyes.
I need the set of flags. I could have just thrown a flag at you.
Good luck. No, because then I'm going to go, what? Did I say something pause-worthy? That would be my reaction to the flag.
Well, then you'd be like, oh, wait. And then I would just take over. Well, instead of going to a break, we're going to eat 2 minutes of time.
No, except here's the problem. No, the problem with this is I would just blow through that flag going, I got to get us to break. And then I'll ask about the flag at the break.
There you go. That's funny.
Goodness me.
It's funny because Kyle is a radio guy. I have never I've been on the radio for a long time, but I'm not a radio guy. There's a difference between someone who does hits on the radio and somebody who is part of a radio show. So I'm still learning all this stuff, but Kyle has been a very, very good teacher along the way.
It's hard to it's hard sometimes to explain certain things without them just happening. It would be really hard for me to explain, hey, if you notice me going to break early, just because going to break early, what's early to you? So it's it's just hard for me to articulate without it happening.
Oh no, totally.
Where I go, hey, when that happens, just be like, dude, no, we're not breaking.
Yeah. There's always that thing that's maybe Kyle knows something I don't.
No. Maybe not, but definitely err on the side of, hey, we shouldn't be breaking.
Okay.
And like I said, if I'm like, no, I'm doing a thing, hang on, then that's fine.
All right.
I need you to keep me a little bit on track.
I'm in.
Good God.
I'm
not going to get into why breaking on time matters, but it does. Golden Sky. What?
No, we had this issue the first week where I went to break way early.
Oh yeah.
Because I knew no better, and we were out of the discussion. Yeah, and I didn't know where to go.
And time to go.
Hey, let's go to break. And
I was like, no,
we'll discuss this later. And you're like, wait, no, that's not what we're doing.
When I was at 95.7 The Game, our sister station out in Sacramento or in San Francisco, Matt Steinmetz, covered the Warriors for a long time for the Bay Area News Group, was the Warriors sideline reporter for NBC, and now hosts Middays with Guru, Stein and Guru. And dude, every once in a while, he would be ready for the weekend, and he would legit be like, they'd be talking about something. He'd go, Joe Spadoni was the board op. He'd go, how much time we got, Spadone? Spadone would be like, 14 minutes. Like we got a whole segment to go. Like, what are we? Thankfully, I didn't break that early.
Sweet.
Right. Peeling the curtain back. Golden Sky 2024 is going to be 3 big rowdy days of country music and all the festival fixings you can handle under the sun and stars. Get your crew lined up because ESPN 1320 has your chance to win weekend passes. Just visit ESPN1320.com and fill out the online entry form for a chance to win 2 weekend passes and qualify to upgrade to 2 VIP weekend passes. Last housekeeping note, real quick. We are taking you up to 2 o'clock, and then right here on ESPN 1320, we're going to have some red hot Cotton Bowl action. That is number 9 Mizzou against number 7 Ohio State. SEC versus Big Ten in the Cotton Bowl. That's going to be a really fun game. I'm going to be locked in. You should be too. 4:30 p.m. right here on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, let's do it. Cotton Bowl.
I know you're fired up. Mad props. So if you're unfamiliar with the bit, I pick a 49er stat and then a King stat, and I put those up against each other. And James and I pick which stat is going to be higher. So our first one this week is Brock Purdy passing yards against the Commanders, or Kings Hawks total points.
Oh, man.
I think the Kings and Hawks are going to score a ton of points tonight.
My guess, you want to hear my guess?
I would love to hear your guess.
275.
Okay, so I had 270 in my head when I did this stat. Because I'm guessing, I don't know Brock Purdy's over under passing yards, but if it was like 268.5-ish, I think that's probably about right.
I'm going Brock Purdy.
You're going with Brock. Yeah, part of me, here's my hang up. I want to lean Kings Hawks because I think the 49ers are going to get a lead in this game and then kind of just try and sit on it a little bit. But Purdy is coming off such a bad game that I think Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy are both going to try and just get him back on the map a little bit, where maybe they're up 20-3 late third quarter. Hey, they're throwing it. They're airing it out.
Yeah.
Just trying to kind of get him back rolling, distance him from his 4 interception game, give him some good tape to look at. That's kind of what I think they might try and do. That said, I'm also going to go Purdy passing yards, because even if the Kings and Hawks score a ton of points and they get to 275, like Brock needs 276 against a not good Washington defense. Maybe Washington starts to run it up a little bit and they're scoring, and the Niners then have to air it out more than they wanted to. You get a couple of short throws that go for big plays. I think I'm going to go Brock as well. Brock Purdy completions, number of completions for Brock Purdy, or Malik Monk points and assists, points plus assists. Malik not on the injury report, which indicates his foot should be good to go. Does Malik Monk have a bounce back game?
I'm going to go. Oh, this seems counter. I'm going to go Malik Monk.
Okay.
I think he is going to have a bounce back game. And I think that the Atlanta Hawks are so bad defensively that there's going to be a ton of like room here for him to go a little crazy. And the matchup against like Bogdanovich off the bench, like those guys both can score, but neither one of them are lockdowns.
Right.
And I think he can torch Bogey.
Yeah, I think you might get like 18 or 19 points, then 5 or 6 assists from Monk. I think Brock Purdy can get to his passing yards where he would need to be to go more than that Kings Hawks total. I think he can get there on like 20 completions. Like then the 49ers ability to generate explosive plays in the passing game is unmatched. So I am going to go with Malik Monk points and assists. But I think it's going to be a close one. Brandon Ayuk yards or Kings first half points. So Kings points in the first half or Brandon Ayuk yards.
I'm going to go Ayuk.
Yeah, me too.
Boy, we're all the same.
I
We're
know
twinsies.
I know that. I think Ayuk's gonna have a big game. He had 6 catches for 106 or something like that against the Ravens. I think he has another huge game this week.
Okay, I think I'm going to switch this up because I think you're right. Like the potential is there for him to have a big game, right? But I also think the Kings can score 65, 70 points against the Hawks defense.
Okay.
Right? So I also believe that the 49ers know where Deebo Samuel is with his passing yards. And I
receiving
yards. And I think that they're going to search him out a little bit and try to get him a big number so he has a shot at 1,000.
Okay.
So they can have the 3,000-yard receivers and 1,000-yard back.
So we talked about this before the show. To bring everybody in, if you're not familiar, George Kittle 9 yards shy of 1,000 receiving yards.
Crazy.
Which is, if you asked me how many receiving yards did George Kittle have, I would have said like 700. 991 is
same last year.
Wild.
Same last year.
100%. What do you have, 965 last year?
Yeah, something crazy. I would have thought 650.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
And then Deebo Samuel, I believe, is 176 yards short. So yeah, maybe they do that. Maybe they try and get Deebo 120 today, and that way next week he doesn't need a huge game to get to that 1,000-yard mark. Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna go Ayuk yards though. Again, when I have questions on this, I go for ceiling.
Okay.
And his ceiling is 100 plus. As good as the Kings offense can be, I don't think they're going to score 100 plus in the first half. Although if there was a team they were going to do it against,
yeah, there it is.
Christian McCaffrey touches or De'Aaron Fox field goal attempts.
Man, I'm gonna.
I have my answer written down already. I'll go first.
Go for it.
I have De'Aaron Fox field goal attempts. I think he's going to cook whoever they throw on him. And I think other Kings are going to get involved, but I think this is going to be one of those games where De'Aaron gets his and everybody else kind of gets theirs. Where I don't think he's like, you know what, I need to take a back seat to get some guys going. I'm going to have 16 shots tonight.
Okay.
I think De'Aaron's going to go 23, 24 field goal attempts, and then McCaffrey falls in the 19, 20, 21 touch range.
Okay, I'm going to go with the same. I think that Fox will try to go for 40 plus. And I think that there's a good chance the Niners thump that they have a big blowout win.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to reserve McCaffrey a little bit.
Yeah, they already rested him in practice yesterday. They're definitely, I think, trying to scale down his workload.
18, 19, 20 carries at the most. And I think Fox is probably going to be 22, 23, 24.
Mm-hmm. And
he likes to go up against Trey. He might try to go for 50 tonight.
It wouldn't shock me at all.
Yeah.
49ers sacks or Keon Ellis made field goals.
Niner sacks.
I kind of want to go Keon because there's that opportunity where the Kings maybe roll a little bit tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And against a not very good defense where Keon Ellis maybe gets some extended minutes and some extended looks. For the sake of the bit, I'll go Keon.
Okay.
2 or 3 sacks for the Niners, 4 or 5 made field goals for Keon. 49ers points or Trey Young points. Because my question for Sunday, we talked about earlier how I'm a little bit concerned about the 49ers. I think it's going to be closer than we expect. It's not necessarily that they're not going to be able to score. I don't think Brock Purdy's going to go turn it over a bunch of times again. I just wonder if their defense, you get into the missed tackle stuff. It's Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, Curtis Samuel. That's a good group. Brian Robinson, the running back, it sounds like he's going to be back. If Jacoby Brissett plays, he's better than Sam Howell.
I'm going. Oh, man. I'm going 49ers.
I'm gonna go Trey. I think the Niners score 31. I think Trey Young goes for 34 or 35.
Okay. I was thinking Niners score 36. And that's where I'm at.
Okay.
36 and Trey Young 28-30. He doesn't he's had some games, but there's also a lot of times where he's not great against the Kings.
Yeah. We'll talk more about Trey Young. We'll have keys to a Kings victory coming up here in a little bit. And we'll talk about Trey Young. In fact, you know what? I want to have a just skipping the keys aspect of this. I want to have a Trey Young discussion with you next, because I don't know if there's a player that I waffle on more in basketball. And let's talk about that next on ESPN 1320. Am I breaking at the right time? I'm not. I'm still. I'm like 2 minutes early again. Holy smokes,
I thought you're only a
dude.
minute break. Are you testing me, Kyle?
Because look, here's the oh my God, dude. So I'm not going to get into the weeds here. Typically, breaking at about this time is right.
Yeah. Usually at 13, we break.
12 between 12 and 13 is usually the move.
Okay.
But that's at 10, 12, and then 11, 12 is a different time slot now. And I think that's what's throwing me off. The break lengths are just different, so the times are different.
Okay.
That's on me.
It's okay. But you know what, Kyle?
I caught it this time, at least.
It's okay, Kyle.
Good Lord, man.
Because you know what? Tomorrow here on ESPN 1320, we have number 11 Ole Miss versus number 10 Penn State. We have the Peach Bowl starting at 8:30 a.m. here on ESPN 1320. Later on in the day, we have the Detroit Lions at Dallas Cowboys, 4:45 start. That's your Saturday here on ESPN 1320. We come back on Sunday morning, Kyle, 9:30 a.m. We have the Raiders at Colts. Huge playoff implications here.
My man.
4:30 p.m. We have Packers at Vikings. It's a rivalry matchup between two very sub teams, but it should be a lot of fun here on ESPN 1320.
My man.
Kyle, you ready to go to break?
I'm not going to name names from the chatty house. Oh yeah, no, Spencer, I did not say that again. I'm not going to name names in the chatty house.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that. I love and appreciate every single one of you. Whether you like me or not, doesn't matter. The fact that you listen means a ton. I cannot stand when people don't listen but have a lot to say.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's all.
Did you see the one trade proposal that was wild?
I didn't. I would love to hear it though.
I don't know what's going on here in the chatty house.
Nah, dude, I am here for all trade proposals. I think that's one of my core philosophies in radio is like, if you've got a trade proposal, I'm going to talk about it. Even if it's awful, even if it's like, hey, do you think that the Warriors would accept De'Aaron Fox for Dario Saric? Like, hey, bro, no, but we're going to talk about how bad that is.
Yeah. So John P. DeRosa.
Sure. One of my favorites.
You've got some trade ideas up in here that like one of the trades like included G League players and like in all honesty, you can't trade G League players like that. But hey, whatever. You're being inventive.
Where is it?
I'm not sure, but he had half of the roster being traded in that one. Yeah, I don't know.
Slauson, that one?
Yeah. Where's that at?
This one here?
Oh, start so I can see it.
I just
no. It's that trade, but he has like 6 other trades that go with that trade.
All right, 30 seconds.
It's close. It's a little higher than that. It's not.
Oh, there it is.
We would take to the air. Did you start for me?
I put it on the screen.
Okay. Oh no, it's much bigger than that.
It's bigger than that?
Well, I mean, was there more trades other than just that? Oh no. This is a full paragraph he wrote.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'm not going to go track all that down. That's crazy.
Oh, here you go.
Oh. Oh, coming back. What the Kings should do is package their bad players and try and trade them to another team for that team's good players.
I think a bad player for good player trade is exactly what the Sacramento Kings need.
Yeah, I would 100%.
I'll
Like,
say
just call up the Raptors and be like, hey, JaVale for OG Anunoby straight across. Who says no? You know?
I think that there are ways in which to do that, right? There, especially historically, there have been ways in that you can package up just something that doesn't make any sense and get something back that does.
Kwame Brown for Pau Gasol.
Yeah. Or I was thinking more like Justin Jackson and the expiring contract of Zach Randolph, who hadn't played for Harrison Barnes.
Sure.
Right. And those trades, actually, they're out there and they do work. Right. But you have to like mine for those. Like there is probably a contract out there where someone might have a player option for next year and a team is ready to move on. And they don't want that player to pick up that player option, but that player understands that they're not going to be able to get that type of money somewhere else or something like that, where you might be able to swing for the fence. But the problem is the Kings don't have expiring contracts. So like in the past years, yeah, they've got expiring contracts, you know, like they sat on like Kenny Thomas' expiring contract forever and then couldn't use it at the deadline. But when you're looking at the current Kings team, even Davion Mitchell and Chris Duarte, the Kings picked up their options for next year. They're on 2-year deals. Trey Lyles, 2-year deal. Like the Kings would never consider what Malik Monk is right now as an expiring contract.
Right.
But then you have, after that, you have a bunch of minimum guys. So the value of a guy like Alex Len or a guy like JaVale McGee, right? They look like $3 or $4 million contracts, but because they're league minimum veteran for years of veteran play, they're only worth like $2.1 million. So like, sure, if you stack up 4 of those contracts, so if you throw JaVale and Alex Len and Colby Jones and Kessler Edwards in a trade, that's $8 million. You could get up to a $10 million player, blah, blah, blah. Right. Who is taking that? Like those aren't the expiring contracts teams are looking for.
Right.
So the Kings don't have that type of deal this year.
$8 million in space next season.
No, what the Kings have though is like Harrison Barnes has 2 more years. Kevin Huerter has 2 more years after this year. Like they have a lot of players who are under contract next year. They don't have these expiring deals. So I don't even know if the in theory Harrison Barnes trade that they were able to do that 1 year is even if the Kings can even play in that water because they don't really have the contracts to do it. Now they have players that are good that might fit better somewhere else.
Yeah.
Or a contract that's solid that works as trade filler. But that's whatever they do is going to involve draft picks most likely.
Yeah. The one that comes up a lot for me is I've wondered about Kevin Huerter. What's his value, especially now that he's not shooting it particularly well the last 10, 12, 15 games, whatever it is. What's going to be his trade value? But you said it earlier. Every team is looking for a 6'7" guy who's a 38+% 3-point shooter.
Who plays defense.
Right. Plays defense. Will go grab you a rebound.
Yeah.
Like every team is looking for that guy. So maybe it's not a perfect fit for the Kings anymore, or maybe they think they can upgrade. But while I was sitting here going, man, is he playing out of his trade? It's not going to matter what he's shooting at the deadline.
No.
His longer track record, a team is going to be like, yeah, we'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, Robert Covington just keeps getting the contracts.
It is nuts that Rocco is just around.
He's never going away. Why would he?
I think he's on the roster of the Blazers, the Clippers, and the 76ers.
Yeah.
Like I swear he's just on all those teams.
Yeah, it's like a 3-team rotation. He just plays one night one place and one night another.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what the Kings need. They need a guy who's a bully, who can get physical with somebody. Like I'm not sure that's the guy at this age, but
look, I know you're out. I wouldn't mind PJ Tucker.
No, I haven't said I'm out on PJ Tucker.
I thought we had a discussion where you're like, yeah, no, PJ Tucker.
No, I don't think the Clippers will trade him. Although maybe they will.
Doesn't he want out? Isn't he like super disgruntled?
No, he wants out, but that's fine and all. But at the end of the day, when you get to the end of the season and you start talking about playoffs, and like if you have a PJ Tucker hiding on your bench, I'm not sure how effective he is at this point anyways, but yeah, I don't know.
The 49ers injury report is out.
Uh-oh.
Eric Armstead out. Jawan Jennings out. He's still dealing with a concussion. This is the second week in a row Jennings been out with a concussion.
That's not good.
Jair Brown out with a knee injury. Jalen Moore, Trent Williams backup, also out with a concussion. Ross Dwelly out with an ankle injury. Trent Williams, no injury designation for him with the groin injury. So he is good to go. And that's the big ones on the Niners injury report for week 17. The Trent Williams one's big.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the difference between like winning and losing against a good team.
And I'm wondering if I haven't seen anything on Aaron Banks, who injured his toe. He's questionable, maybe. Like I said, I haven't seen exactly yet. Yeah, don't got
those doggone toe injuries.
Dude, you ever heard of toe? You have a sprained toe and you got to go play offensive line where you got to like move and anchor and stuff. Oof, that's gotta hurt.
It's a little rough.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to deal with it. Trey Young, real quick.
Yeah,
I don't want to act like I think Trey Young is a bad player. He is obviously a very good player. He is a terrific playmaker. I think his season high is like 17 assists, and in that game where he had 17 assists, he also had 40 points. He is unbelievable as a scorer and as a playmaker, and we may very well see that tonight. I don't believe that any team with Trey Young as their 1A is ever going to win a championship.
Oh, I agree 100%.
I don't believe in it. But I don't think Atlanta is ever going to A, come to grips with that fact. And B, I don't know that they'll be able to get a player who's better in there where Trey can take a back seat. Like he's just so ball dominant. He just does everything for them.
It's like a blessing and a curse, right?
Right.
So like Trey Young. Yeah, Trey Young in his career, his rookie season, his season high was 49. His second season, 50. Third season, 43. Fourth season, 56, 44, 45. This dude is a bucket. He really is. And his assist numbers are absolutely crazy. You're right. I think the game you're talking about, he had 44 and 20 last year, or this year, 45 and 17.
Good Lord,
It might not be the same game. I'd have to look, but like those are his season highs for this season. But I think it speaks to a larger. So in the game, he had 17 assists. He had 15 points, but they lost to the Knicks. And I think if we look throughout his career, that's going to be the case a lot of the time. When he does big things, they lose. And
we have a note coming up on this a little bit later, by the way.
Okay.
45 and 14 this year against the Spurs.
Wow.
In a 2-point win.
A lot of times, though, that's what it is. Like even the close wins, like when he goes crazy, they're super. I don't know. So I don't want to say he's not a quote unquote winner, but I also think he's a guy that puts up stats that a lot of times don't matter.
Good stats, bad team guy.
Yeah, maybe
they are 5-9 when he scores 30 or more this year.
Wow.
Now, granted, they're not great like otherwise, but it's not like, oh, hey, when Trey Young goes off, they're a dangerous team. Like, no, they're just not very good.
And
that to me is like that's a problem.
A guy's averaging 28.1 points and 11.3 assists per game. We shouldn't have a question about whether he's a 1A.
And he's not doing that for the Pistons.
No. Like
he's doing that on a team with DeJounte Murray, with Sadiq Bey, with DeAndre Hunter.
Yeah.
There's a
Like Capella.
There's a good group of players there. It's
yeah.
Just very strange.
How many years, though, do you have a good group of players and they don't go anywhere? And that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Although the 1 year, and that's always the problem, the 1 year, they did go somewhere.
The conference final.
And so you think, well, it happened that 1 year, so I think maybe we can do it.
Yeah.
But you're 12 and 18 with a roster filled with players that should be
12-18, coming off of 2 first-round playoff exits since your trip to the conference finals. Tough spot to be in. We have a caller on the line. They've been very patient. ESPN 1320, what's your name?
Hey, Kyle, what's going on? It's TC.
Hey, TC, we can't hear you, bro. I'm going to put you back on hold, and it sounds like there's drums or something going on in the background. Couldn't hear him. We weren't going to sort that out because we only have a couple minutes left in the segment. So we'll get to TC in the next segment, and hopefully he has his sound cleaned up. Yeah, man. I just, like I said, I like watching Trey Young play. I think he is an awesome player. I just think there is such a ceiling on a team that he is the leader of.
Yeah, I agree.
I wish I wish I had like an empirical data to put my put my finger on. Is like, hey, this is the problem.
Yes,
but I don't. It's just I'm just kind of out on Trey Young and the Hawks.
Okay. I am too.
Kings got to go beat him tonight.
They need to blow that thing up and like.
But that's the thing is, but blow that thing up. To what if they were just consistently like second round exit, second round exit. Oh, they made the conference finals. Okay, out in the first round this year, but second. No, man, they went conference finals, first round, sub 500 this year.
Yeah.
And okay, you're blowing it up for what? Are you trading Trey? No. Like that's your guy. But what are you surrounding him with? Like I would love to know what kind of players he needs to be surrounded with to be more effective.
Well, and the problem is you've tried a lot of different things. You gave him DeJounte Murray, you gave him Bogdan Bogdanovic, 2 totally different. You had Kevin Huerter there, so just like a 3-point shooter. You've had the multifaceted guys alongside him. None of it works. At what point do you go, I don't know what works? And so you know what they haven't tried? Like exactly what the Philadelphia 76ers did. They haven't tried like an Eric Snow guy next to him.
Yeah.
So maybe that's it. Just a defensive minded guy who does all the dirty work and it doesn't mind taking on the tough cover and all that stuff. They haven't tried that.
I don't know. It feels like they got a long road. All right. Kings Hawks tonight. We'll give you our keys next, and we'll look ahead to next year with some New Year's resolutions. I'm going to do the radio bit where we do like, hey, New Year's resolutions for the Kings, but then I want to do personal ones as well. I want to hear from you in the chatty house. I want to hear from you on the phone. 916-909-1320 is the number. We'll be back in 2 minutes on ESPN 1320.
Man, they paid DeAndre Hunter. And then they gave Bogdan that extension. That was weird. The team they have right now, Kyle, everyone is locked up for next year.
The Hawks?
Yes. And almost all of them are, after this season, are locked up for another 3. So, Okongwu, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
He's on his rookie deal still, right?
Extension? That's his rookie extension. Yeah, but then we've got Murray at 25 and a half, 27 and a half, 29 and a half, 31 and a half. So he's got another 4 years. You got Bogdan 17, 16, and 16. Then you got DeAndre Hunter for 22, 23, 25. Like this is nuts. Capella is the only one who's only under contract for next year out of like their core.
It feels like they need one of those. They needed a DeAndre Hunter or a DeJounte Murray or somebody to become like a perennial all NBA type dude.
Yeah.
Like and it just hasn't.
Well, I mean, they had so much faith in Okongwu becoming like a defensive stopper and like becoming like a really, really good player. And I don't, again, here he is averaging 9.7 and 6.8. I mean, that's just not at all what you thought you were getting. And even at Clint Capella at 12 and 10 with 1.7 blocks per game, that's a lot for 22 million bucks a year.
What did Okongwu go 6?
Jeez. Yeah, Jalen Johnson's hurt though.
Jalen Johnson was good.
Yeah, he's been pretty solid this year. Wow, 596 from the field, 415 from 3.
Yeah, man.
14, 7.4.
By the way, if anybody cares, Aaron Banks is questionable.
Oh, there we go.
I had the email right here the entire time, and I was perusing Twitter. What a dummy.
I think one of the guys not under contract is Sadiq Bey. They have
it's a 1-year deal.
A qualifying offer for 6.5 next season.
You do love some Sadiq Bey.
Yeah. I like AJ Griffin too, but he might be the guy that I would put next to Trey, but I don't think he's played that well.
Here we go. Yeah, interesting game for the Kings tonight. The Hawks are a team that any good team should probably beat, but on any given night, Atlanta could go hang up 145 points.
Oh yeah, they're dangerous. They're super dangerous. They've got talent.
I don't think they're good.
No, I don't think they're good either, but this is a team that has 7 guys averaging double-figure scoring. And Jalen Johnson's out, but outside of that, like, most of those guys are actually playing and playing reasonably large amounts of minutes. So they're just a team. We talk about this all the time, that the collection of players are not as good as what they should be. Some of the pieces are greater than the whole.
The whole is greater than the sum of its parts.
No, but it's
the reverse
reversed.
of that.
Yes, the reverse
Got
of
it.
it.
The sum of the parts are greater than the whole.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. So they just don't work together for some reason. And I mean, that makes sense, but there's plenty of guys on that roster that would fit on the Sacramento Kings roster.
Yeah, and that's what makes them dangerous. Is you look at their roster and you go, man, this is not a 12-18 team.
No.
There are way too many dudes who can play, and it doesn't translate. And they even hired Quinn Snyder. They got a real, legitimate NBA coach in there.
Legit NBA coach.
And just can't figure it out.
Quinn Snyder is a leader of men. That's what Quinn Snyder is. There are some coaches in the NBA that are great X and O's guys, or he is a leader of men. People buy into Quinn Snyder like crazy. So I've always dug Quinn Snyder. He's different. And they have to like their media staff has to make sure that he's eating, and the coaching staff and stuff. He's so intense. He forgets to.
Yeah, he's got crazy eyes
to do the basics.
Kind of that
Yeah,
for sure. He looks like a character out of Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Okay.
Or Batman villain, I think, is the popular one. All right, TC, we're gonna try this again, bro. I need you to sound good. No speakerphone, no drumming in the background. TC, what's good, bro?
What's going on? Y'all got me better?
That's so much better. What's going on, dude?
Oh, man, just chilling. What's up, Hammer?
What's going on, man? How are you?
Oh, man, I'm just chilling, man. Just trying to get ready for the weekend and just kick back. Hey, in my opinion, I got a few things that I think would be the right move, and I think that Monty's always doing a move that nobody's speaking about. And I know, to me, I don't care about the OG, Pascal, Kevin Durant. I think 2 solid moves that's doable that we really could get is the DeJounte Murray trade, right? That's a trade that nobody's talking about, that he came available. That's a move that Monty would make when everybody's thinking that he's going to go get OG or he's going to get Kevin Durant. No, we'd get DeJounte Murray, and I think a swap like Kevin Huerter or something for a Thibault. I think those would be 2 solid moves.
Okay, very good. Thanks. I actually if they can make that happen, where you're adding Matisse Thybulle to the rotation and you're adding DeJounte Murray to your starting lineup, great.
No, I don't disagree.
It's just what does it take to get that?
Well,
does Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes, Davion Mitchell, and picks add up to both those guys?
Yeah, and I think the problem too is that Matisse Thybulle defensively is great, right? But where does he fit? Because if you still have the same 4 forwards that you have right now, I don't know that Matisse Thybulle is good enough to get past those 4 and into the rotation. Is he going to beat out Trey Lyles for minutes? Is he going to beat out Harrison Barnes for minutes? Is he going to beat out Keegan Murray? And maybe Sasha, but again,
But Barnes would be gone in this situation.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I don't think Matisse Thybulle is your starter if you have another like really, really good starter at the 2, like that makes some sense. Especially Thibault's been really good from 3. I believe
the last 2 years he's shooting 37.2%. Problem is it's 2.6 shots a game.
Yeah,
that's not great.
Yeah, and you need to,
But I think he's better. Like if you look at his box scores, you're not going to necessarily gain his like the gravity of his impact. And like I said, if you're adding him with DeJounte Murray, to me he's a like rotation guy now.
Okay.
And you can kind of mix and match his minutes. And hey, in a playoff series, Jamal Murray is really cooking. Hey, get Matisse Thybulle so you can slow him down. Or, pick a guard. He has the length to deal with SGA.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I think that that's why we have these discussions, but the Kings definitely need someone like that. And like we can keep sifting through, like, how do you find that guy? And I know, like, look, they were in on Thybulle last year. No question. They were. But you have to find a way to find like that style of player to go with this group.
Yeah. 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 I think if you can get and again, this is all theoretical. Who's available? What's it going to cost in a deal? If you can get a second ball handler, good defender, good scorer, 20-point a game guy like DeJounte Murray, and then a excellent defender like Matisse Thybulle, great.
Yeah.
Like whether it's those two people specifically or not, but I like the idea.
No, I think so too. And that's why I keep saying like the versatility of the Kings roster allows you to attack different positions.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just have to be looking for a small forward or a power forward or a shooting guard, because Keegan can play like 2 of those positions.
Mm-hmm.
So you can either get a power forward or you can get a small forward or you can get a shooting. Like there are ways to work around this.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's do Kings to victory for the keys to victory for the Kings tonight in Atlanta. And then I want to do some year-end stuff with you. We'll have a little bit of fun. So let's get to keys to a Kings victory over the Atlanta Hawks. James Ham of the Kings Beat. Subscribe to the Kings Beat today, kingsbeat.com. What is your first key?
Number 1, Herter and Barnes have to step up. Like it's time. Like enough with whatever. Like it's time. You have to step up, or like or Mike Brown needs to make a tough decision here.
Yeah.
Like there's a business decision that's waiting here, and we're getting to that point, especially with the way like Herter has struggled for the last, 10 games. It's just not good.
Mm-hmm.
Can't keep going.
Yep. I'm right there with you. My first one is you got to make Trey Young pass it.
Okay.
Because when he goes for 40 plus, they're 3-0. Now we said earlier they're 5-9 when he goes for 30 plus.
Okay.
But if he goes for 40 plus or 3-0, when he has 10 or more assists, they're 8-12. So when Trey gets going and then he's also getting everybody else involved, that's when he becomes that really effective player where you're like, man, like Trey is really, really good. So I think if you're picking one, I think you want to throw as many different looks as you can at him defensively.
Okay.
Where it's De'Aaron Fox on him this possession, then maybe you trap him on this possession and you give him some Keegan Murray. Maybe you give him some Harrison Barnes. Just give him different looks and never let him really get comfortable in the game where he is playmaking and scoring.
Yeah, I like the Keon Ellis matchup there.
Keon Ellis.
Like that's going to be a guy that I think can chase him all night long. So you said they're 5-9 when he scores over 30, but they're 3-0 when he goes for 40.
Yeah, so 2-9 when he goes for 30 or 39. 32-39.
Yeah, 30 to 39. They're 2-9 on the season. That's really bizarre.
Yeah.
That's a really strange stat.
Yeah.
Okay. We ready for my second key?
Second key. I didn't have your ding. Hang on. There you go.
Monk needs to look like Monk. Like we've gone through a stretch of games here where Malik hasn't looked like himself, and I believe personally it's because of the foot injury. And if you remember, right before the foot injury, he had an illness. So I'm gonna say that like we're at a point where he hopefully can be past that. They've had a couple of days off here. Hopefully his foot's feeling better. But if he steps up and looks like the Malik Monk that we know that he is, then they should be able to. He should have a big game here.
My second key is you have to do something different offensively that doesn't allow Clint Capella to just hang out sagging off of Domantas Sabonis. That is where he is going to affect shots at the rim. Cuts aren't going to be there. Driving lanes aren't going to be there. Whether it's pick and roll, whether it's moving where the dribble handoff is, you just cannot let Clint Capella camp out under the rim. That's how he's going to stay on the floor. I think if you put him in the pick and roll a ton, he's not like a terrible pick and roll defender or anything, but I think you have to mix things up where, hey, maybe you're playing him off the floor, but you're certainly not allowing him to just be shot blocker standing underneath the basket.
Yeah, you need to get him moving.
Yes.
You need to catch him in motion, as opposed to just having him be a guy like standing. That makes a lot of sense, Kyle.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, good key, Kyle.
Thanks, man.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Number 3.
Don't play down to the level of your opponent. This is a bad defensive team and a good offensive team. They don't get into a track meet. Don't play down to the level of your opponent. This is a 12-18 team. Just play it.
This is 100% the kind of game that multiple times this year I've gone in. Houston, Portland, certainly, Washington. Now they beat Washington, but stay with me. Where I've gone, they're going to crush this team. And then you look and it's close in the second quarter.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, come on. Or they're losing in the second quarter. So this is a game that I would like to see them, go out and just beat the heck out of a team. Like, just, I don't even care if they give up 130 points. Giving up 130 points to the Hawks is not the same as giving up 130 points to the Wizards or the Blazers.
Yeah.
You give up 130, fine. Go score 150.
No, I'm totally with you. And, right now the Kings, last year there were 25 and was it 16 on the road? Right now they're 6-7. That's they've improved at home. They're 11-5 at home.
Got a little worse on the road.
But that road record is not okay.
Brutal. My final key, do some scouting. We've talked about Sadiq Bey, DeJounte Murray. You brought up AJ Griffin, Clint Capella. Hawks have a lot of dudes who I think could make the Kings even a little bit better. So that's my other key. It's not necessarily a key to victory, but
no, I like that.
Watch close.
Yeah, I like that. Even, this might sound crazy, but like Bogdan Bogdanović is a ball player. Like,
sure is.
He's 31, and he's had knee problems, but that doesn't mean who he is. He's a good person. He's a good
bogey back.
Yeah. I'm just saying is his versatility as a player. He's a better rebounder. He's a really good passer.
High IQ guy. Yeah.
High IQ guy and really good catch and shoot guy. He'd never got the opportunity to play with Sabonis. I'm just saying this Hawks team has a handful of players all right, you go ahead.
I have a fun one.
Uh-oh.
If you flipped De'Aaron Fox and Trey Young, which team do both teams get better? Do both teams get worse? Does one get demonstrably better than the other?
Oh, the Hawks get way better.
Why?
Because Fox is just a better player. He's more consistent. He plays defense.
I think the defense part is probably the big change.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with Trey. It doesn't matter how much Trey scores, it's how much he gives up.
And
it's not he's going to try to defend De'Aaron Fox. He's not even going to try.
No chance. He's going to go stand in the corner with Harrison Barnes or something.
Well, yeah, but the Kings have been working on this exact moment. How do you hunt a player?
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to be hunting Trey Young.
1,000%
all night long.
That's the other aspect of the pick and roll stuff. Is you can just go get Trey Young on Fox 1-on-1 and let him cook.
Yeah.
I think the defense aspect of it is different. I do think Fox is a way better player. I'm not full stop, period. But Trey is such a good passer and playmaker that it makes me wonder what the rest of maybe it's better for the rest of the team if they have a player like De'Aaron Fox, who is just, like you said, he's just better. Maybe statistically, with his assist numbers and stuff aren't going to be as high. He's going to average a fewer assists, but maybe it's just overall better for Atlanta to have a guy like that to get behind.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I wouldn't ever even consider.
No, I'm not. Yeah. No, this is not to say. I'm just wondering how would Atlanta look with a better point guard?
Yeah,
I think is it because we keep talking about it I'm working through this thought out loud. We keep talking about how, hey, Atlanta has all these really good players who would make the Kings better, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think we named 5 with Bogdan, Capella, AJ Griffin, DeJounte Murray,
Sadiq Bey.
And Sadiq Bey. That's 5 dudes. That's 5 players on this team. They're like, man, those guys can really hoop. DeAndre Hunter can play.
Yeah.
Like, hey, there's some guys on this team that can really play. And then for some reason, their point guard who averages, what is he at? 28 and 11?
Yeah.
I mean, their point guard who's doing that, and they're 12 and 18.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Like, how much does De'Aaron Fox change? Maybe it's just the guys around him, and they're 2 wins better because it turns out the Hawks players aren't as good as we think.
Well, I mean, you have a double center who's averaging 1.7 blocks per game.
Mm-hmm.
You got a 20-point per game guy at the
Shooting
2,
guard.
but he's
How
also
are they bad?
5 and 4.5.
I can't wait to watch them because, frankly, totally just transparent.
Yeah.
I'm not locked into 48 minutes of Hawks basketball 82 nights a year. Sorry, guys.
Hey, you like Bogdan Bogdanovic, our friend Bogey.
I'm fascinated to watch him tonight.
He's averaging 17.9 a game off the bench. Like 17.9 a game.
Is it literally just they just have a bunch of dudes who don't play defense?
I think that's pretty much
Is that just it?
Like, I don't know.
But like Sadiq Bey, not a bad defender. DeJounte Murray, good defender. Clint Capella, good shot blocker.
Yeah,
like,
solid defender.
I
Not great on the perimeter, but this is a team, they hoist a ton of threes. They actually hit more threes than the Kings do, percentage-wise, not number-wise, but 37.2% from 3. This team really, really gets up a lot of shots, but I don't know.
I think the Kings, you said this in your keys, don't get into a track meet. I think this is one of the very few times, if I'm Sacramento, that I'm fine with dropping that pace.
Yeah.
Where, hey, you know what? We're going to execute our offense, whatever it is. We're going to execute, and you're not going to play any defense. And then we are not going to let you get 103 shots up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just, don't let it turn into that, because that's where, when you go, man, the Hawks are dangerous. That's how. Yeah. When every single one of those guys starts getting good looks. So 4th key.
Interesting.
Actually, I guess it was technically your key. Anyways, strange road trip. Yep. Portland, Atlanta, Memphis. There was another one in there though that you mentioned later in the year.
Oh yeah.
They go like, it's like Dallas, Memphis, Miami.
It's all over the place.
New York.
Yeah, let me see. They have a 7-game road trip later, it's usually in January. They start in Golden State, then they go to Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
They go to Dallas, then they go at Memphis, at Miami Heat, at Indiana Pacers, at Chicago Bulls, at Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah, it's a weird, like, Midwest, one on the East Coast, then back to the Midwest.
Yeah, even like they have another one in February. They go at OKC, then they fly back to Phoenix, then they fly over to Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even that is like, you overshoot, you come back too far, you go back, and then like I don't understand what's happening here.
What about this? At Clippers, home Miami, at Denver, at Minnesota, home Chicago, at LA. Lakers.
Oh, that's wild.
It's weird. Weird schedule.
How about this? At Toronto, at Washington, at Orlando.
Just down that East Coast.
Yeah, but that's wild.
Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't
go
just
from Washington all the way to Orlando. That's crazy.
Like this one. Here you go. Knicks, Boston, Brooklyn, OKC. That's late. I'm actually, no, that's fine. That's East Coast. You're in New York. You're in Boston. You're in New York again. That's all right there. You may not even change hotels.
Yeah.
In that stretch. And then OKC, that's on the flight back. That at least makes some sense to me.
Yeah, on the way home, you stop at OKC.
Little shooty hoops against OKC. That's going to be a fun game. I'm very interested to see what both teams look like by April 9th.
Yeah, me too.
We got a few minutes left.
Okay.
Do you have any New Year's resolutions this year?
For myself?
Or for next year, I guess.
For myself or for the Kings or what?
For yourself. For you personally.
Okay, yeah, personally, I mean, the only real New Year's resolution that I try to get into every year is like, I've got to take care of my back better and try to do better back health.
Okay.
To try to survive sitting in this chair for as long as we do. And so that's one big push I'm starting after the new year. I got to lose a little bit of weight and I got to get the back in shape, but that's sort of the same exact thing.
Everybody in the chatty house, if you have a New Year's resolution,
Throw it on out there.
throw it, toss it on us. We'll tell you if it's good or bad. For me, this year, my New Year's resolution was to consume more non-sports content.
Oh, okay.
And I did a much better job of it this year, where when I read before bed, I'm reading like whether it's history, whether it's something fiction-y, I'll read a non-sports thing before bed. I have a couple of podcasts I listen to that are not sports related. I've been trying to watch more like movies and TV shows where I'm just like more present, particularly at night. Like I'm just more present and not like, hey, I've got to be locked into Hornets Pacers because it's on.
Yeah.
You know, just trying to be more available in my life.
Okay. I think one thing like this last year I've done is I've taken a little bit of a step back. You know, my not fully, but like I have a 20-year-old and I have a 16-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
And like even Christmas morning, like we're not going to have a lot more Christmas mornings with just the four of us,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and the dogs run around. Like that's not the way life works. Eventually, you know, someone's going to meet somebody and they're not going to be home for the holidays and, you know, or someone's going to go to college or away to college. And it's just, it won't be the same. So I like this year in particular is like, hey, the Kings were really good and I'm like full-time on the job like I always have been. But at the same time, there are times where I need to switch off and not just be that all day long.
Mm-hmm.
Because for like 13, 14 years here, I've been 24/7. Like I can't stop from scrolling Twitter. I can't stop from, you know, making phone calls and checking in with people and all that stuff. And it's great, but like there is life that goes on.
Yeah. This year, my resolution is to take care of my body better.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say diet. I'm not going to say lose X amount of weight, not do this or that. Just like be better about how I'm taking care of my body, moving more.
Yeah.
Diet, but not like, hey, this is going to be a strict diet that I'm just make it more of a thing instead of like hey, here's the thing I'm doing for 7 months. Okay, now I'm done.
Yeah.
Because that's how it's always been in the past with me. It's always been really up and down. So this year, because I'm 33 now, I turned 34 this year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just starting to realize that I'm at that age where like, hey, you know what? Stuff starts to hurt.
Oh,
like,
it hurts.
I just like, it just, so I want to make sure I'm stretching more. That's going to be a big one. In fact, you know what? If I'm specifying stretching, I want to stretch more in 2024. Like that is my, that's my backs, knees, hips, ankles.
Yeah. No, that's
the whole shebang.
Okay. You should like yoga. If you can do yoga, I can't do yoga. My back's like the way my issues with back.
I might start a little yoga.
Yeah, start some yoga.
That. New Year's resolution for the Kings. What's the one thing they have to do better in 2024?
Stop with the big wins and big losses. Like figure some stuff out. Big wins are fine. Big losses are bad. Like find out who you are, play to your strengths, find your identity. I think they've lost their identity a little bit. I knew who they were last year. I don't know who they are right now. Yeah, no, I think you mentioned that yesterday. And I was like, man, it's a great damn point. Figuring out here we go. Solidify in 2024. Solidify whatever your big three is or big four moving beyond 2024. And that doesn't mean necessarily by, the end of this season. That means, hey, you get all off season and you get through next December to figure this out. But I think by this time next year, we need to have a very, very clear vision of exactly what the Kings are and who they are going into the next 4 or 5 years. We know what Keegan Murray is, what Malik Monk is. Have they paired the right thing with Domantas Sabonis? That's what I'm looking at. Okay. Did we never put our Insiders banner back up? Oh, we didn't. Our banner. That's my other
New Year's resolution is to make sure that I'm putting the banner back up when I take it down. That's a good one. We got about a minute.
All right.
I want to say thank you to you, James, everybody in the chatty house, Aaron, our boss, Stacy, our boss. Nobody knows who those people are, but they're definitely not listening. But thank you to them. This is a really tough year for me personally. And this show, this station, you, D-Lo, Casey, Jesse, Charlie, really helped me get back into this and doing what I love to do. This is my very favorite thing to do in the entire universe. And doing it with you has been a blast. So thank you to James and thank you everybody who helped make this show happen. And I cannot wait to get into 2024 and I really get this thing rolling.
Yeah, I'm excited too. I think this is a good start, and you know, I've really enjoyed working with Kyle. We didn't know each other hardly at all.
Nope.
We met each other once at like at the casino.
Yeah, at Sky River. Shout out.
At Sky River. Yeah, exactly. And like I think we're starting something cool, and it's growing, and I totally dig it. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thanks for letting us be part of your world.
Yeah, man. It is, like I said, I wake up at 3:20 and I do some work stuff that I don't love to do because getting to do this for 2 hours outweighs all of that. That's because of you, James, and everybody out here in the chatty house and everybody listening. So thank you, everybody. We will talk to you next year, 10 a.m. Tuesday. We'll be back. D-Lo and Casey also back on Tuesday. See you in 2024.
Thanks everybody. Thanks for tuning in. It's been a really fun start here. So what are we? September, October, November, December. I don't know how it is possible, Kyle, that we've been doing this for 4 months.
It's crazy. I was talking to Stephanie, one of our sales managers, whatever
head
she is.
Of sales.
She's a big wig in the sales department. She goes, "How long have you been here?" And I was like, "Oh my God, a few months." Like it feels like it just started. No, I'm having a ball, man.
Yeah, it's been good stuff. Sweet. All right. Well, good luck with all of you. Everyone drink responsibly.
Yeah, do not drive, for God's sakes.
Be safe. Be safe.
Like for real. Send me your receipt for Uber and I will Venmo you for your Uber or Lyft or whatever. Too many people. Like, dude, real, man. Don't. Please be safe.
Yeah, everyone out there have a great new year. And thanks for tuning in.
Yep.
Sweet.
All right. See you, everybody.
Right, we're out.
Talk to you Tuesday.